Every day I'm hustling, hustling. All right, what's up, ladies and gentlemen? Let's make sure everything's running properly. It looks like it is. I believe. I believe in a thing called love. Let's make sure that the names are correct. They are. Okay. So today we're gonna do things just a little different. Hang on, I got a message over here. Maybe I don't have a message over here. I don't even know what's going on. But okay, we're good. Yeah, so today we're going to do things a little bit different with the old Romestead here. We've been playing on our persistent sort of open world server that we've been maintaining. That server is still live right now. Today is the 5th day that it's been live. But today I'm going to play a little by myself. We're going to do a hardcore death equals delete run here. So yeah, I think we're going to jump into some single player and we're going to create a brand new character. And we're going to rock a male here. Gonna give him some white hair. Let's see what kind of hair options we got. What do we got here? Some short hair. We got a baldy. Ooh, there we go. That's that classic JRPG cool kid hair. We might have to do that. I wish that I could be like the cool kids. Of course, we gotta have blue eyes, because blue's my favorite color. And I'm about as pasty white as you can get, so I think this is the whitest shade on here. And then let's pick a class. So these classes are pretty fun. Hugh McCully, what's up? Welcome to the chat. Welcome to the channel. Thank you very much for watching the stream. I appreciate that. Yeah, I've been super, super impressed with this game. I'm having so much fun. The devs do such a good job. Every time I think to myself, oh, you know what? It'd be really cool if you could do this. Then it just works every time. They seem to be putting a lot of thought into how their different mechanics sort of all work together. And the art style is just absolutely charming. Really brings me back to my childhood, to some of my favorite turn-based JRPGs when I was growing up on the SNES. So just absolutely a wonderful game. I'm glad you've been liking it. Sorry, I'm talking to somebody about the persistent server that I'm keeping up right now. We've got a new player who's going to be jumping in and checking it out, so I want to make sure that they feel comfortable. So I'm just going to send them a little message here real quick. All right, let's get cracking along here. So we've got all these fun, different classes here as part of the game, and they all come with a pretty basic setup. Now, choosing a class isn't really going to lock you into a playstyle. It's just going to give you a little head start on the playstyle that you might be interested in. So we've got the Mechanicus, which is going to give you a little bit construction skill. It's going to start you with a workbench, so you can just get going building things right away. And then you're going to even get some legwear sandals, which is nice. You've got your Gladiator, which is going to give you a little head start in the sword skill, as well as starting you off with a Flint Gladius. Hey, Bridget, what's up? How are you? Which is super fun. You've got the Legionary. So I personally think that the Spear is hands down S tier best weapon in the game. You pair a Spear with a shield, and you're pretty much invincible, and everything just gets immediately melted. So I'm probably going to try and avoid Spear. That's what I play on my primary, is I play this shield and spear build, and they're just so good that I just don't know. I might like try and play some magic or something. I really don't know. But we've got some throwing skills. So throwing is a little weird because your pylums, your primary like craftable throwing weapon, is an offhand. There's not really any main hand throwing weapons. So I'm actually a little confused, I guess. So I tried to do a throwing run yesterday, and it just didn't really seem to work out. Maybe I'm missing something. That's entirely possible. But I was having a little trouble figuring out like what my main hand was going to be. And then we've got the Scholar, which is the magic. Again, the magic is an offhand. So, I don't know, it just feels a little wonky. We might actually try and do like some magic and sword action and do like a spell blade, because these stone skin abilities are actually pretty good. And those buffs can be pretty solid. So I might be able to make like a really tanky, awesome character that way. So we might go ahead and try that. And then we've got woodcutter, so you get bonus to your woodcutting skill and your axe there. You've got the miner, which is giving you the flint pickaxe and bonus to mining skill. And then we're back to the Mechanicus. Now there used to be the plebeian. Hey, what's up, Pump? There used to be the plebeian fraud today. I don't know what that means. There used to be a plebeian. They took the plebeian out, and it just gave you unarmed bonuses, and you like didn't get anything. And it was actually kind of cool. My character that I'm playing on the persistent world actually started as a plebeian that's now doing the sword and shield. So I think we're going to go ahead and hit the gladiator here. We're going to use magic as our offhand, and that should be fun. So we'll save that character, and then we're going to play that character, and then we're going to create a new world. And oh, whoops, I messed up. We're going to delete this character. We're going to create a new character because we got to change the name of it. I didn't name it. So we want one. We want that hair. We want blue eyes. We want pasty white. We want the gladiator. And we want the character's name to be Hermit Hardcore. There we go. We're going to save that. And then we click this. And then we create a new world. We have two options for sizes, small and standard. Apparently, there is also a bigger size world that you can create, which I'm really excited for the full release for that. But we're going to make a standard world here, and then we're just going to go ahead and call this one Hermit Hardcore as well today. And we're going to let whatever random seed is there, we're going to create that. It's going to take a little bit of time here, so we've got a little time just to chit-chat. Um, but it's going to procedurally generate this world for us. Looks like I have another friend here. Hey, that we accepted in the old Steam there. I'm really excited about this persistent world that we've got going on. Overall, we've had like 15 unique people stop in and check out the persistent server. There's a couple of people who watch the streams who have also done a lot of really cool work building some cool cities and stuff in there. So it's a really fun place to come and hang out, and it's a really great way station. Um, and that's really going to be my goal when the game does fully release or release into its early access, is I'm going to want to create a server like that that's going to be able to serve as a way station. So the worlds have finite resources, right? So eventually you can cut down all the trees, you can mine all the rocks, you can defeat all of the dungeons, and then there's really nothing left to do on that world. So you sort of would want to create another one. But what I'm really looking forward to doing is creating this way station world where we clear everything, right? We do all the dungeons, we get all the resources, we do all that stuff, and we build some cool towns. And then we go out and do other things on, other public servers or, single player servers or whatever it is. And then when we get cool recipes or cool gear or anything like that, we can bring that stuff back to the Waystation server and we can build up as a community just lots of resources and lots of fun stuff that way. So I'm really looking forward to that. I think that's going to be a lot of fun. But here we go. The world has been created. So we're going to jump into this death equals delete hardcore run here and see how far we can get. I bet I die at the first boss. I bet that's a thing that happens. Drad has renamed a town to Farfingo to something or other over there. That's pretty funny. So I've got the other server pulled up on the laptop where I read chat, and I can actually see the chat box in the other server. So, yeah, but here we go. Actually, that audio is a little quiet. Let's go pump that up a little. There we go. All right, so we've got our tutorial here. It says collect flint shards and wooden sticks. So let's get us some sticks. Thankfully, I've already got a sword here because I'm a gladiator. Are you not entertained? Usually you find the flint near a little... Ooh, we got some clay right here. Nice. You usually find the flint right here next to little bits of water. Is almost always where I find flint. I think we got enough flint. We've got enough wood. We can collect that. And now we just got to make ourselves a pickaxe and an axe. And then we equip those bad boys. Boom. And now we need to collect a wood plank. I am still just blown away by the creativity of this wood cutting and mining system. Oop. I don't want to break that stump. I want to use it. But the wood cutting and mining system is so cool because you're just using your regular weapon. And this makes for some really interesting things. Because when I'm mining or wood cutting, I'm using my sword and it's just changing the damage type to mining based on the pickaxe that I have. But this leaves a lot of stuff open in the future where if you get special weapons that have special attack patterns, or a weapon that has really fast attack speed, or, some different things like that, you can have really good mining and woodcutting and stuff like that based on what your primary weapon is doing. And that's kind of fucking crazy. And I really like it. I think that's super creative. We need a couple more sticks here. All right. And now we should be able to craft our little workbench. We'll get it plunked down right here. Claim that. Construct a town core. We want our town core right here. Boom. And boom. That was really bad. I can't believe that I missed the town core like that. And then we'll get our altar. We'll put it right up here. We're actually going to go ahead and move. Oh, can't move that. Never mind. So we need 3 stones. There's always lots of stone lying around. So we're just going to use up some of that. Shift gives us our dash. That dash feels so good. I can't even... That dash feels so good just in your regular gameplay, but also in... Oh, can't do this because of this. Okay. Whoops. I did put that too close. Man, I'm really bad at this construction thing. Let's see. Do I have what it takes to make one of these? No, I need another coal. Because I didn't get all my coal back. Because I'm a dum-dum. Alright. Claim that reward. And now we're all done with the tutorial. The game's just going to let us get after it here. Hey, we've got the shadow of the big old birdie. The Guardian of Minerva. She's scary, let me tell you. We're going to build ourselves a personal house here. Because I'm going to put like all my chests and stuff inside of there. So that the creatures don't come and destroy them. Because they're a bunch of buttheads. And they will come and destroy them. Usually we get at least 1 log from these olive trees. So that's nice. And one of the first things that I think you should basically always do when you start a playthrough in this game is go ahead and build like a bunkhouse. I forget what it's called. Hang on. We'll look. Oh, got a little lag spike there. One of these insulas, because you want to be able to get any citizens that you run across while you're exploring. So we want to have this place that we can put our own personal loot, and then we want to go ahead and get an insula or 2 made. Because we want the peoples. It's pretty important to have, a lot of people. We're going to destroy all these structures over here. This is just kind of ruins of the once great Roman Empire. But you really got to think about destroying all of the stuff that you run across in this game. Because you can find chests, like inside everything. Inside bushes, inside rocks, inside pillars and stuff like that from the old ruins. There's hidden chests everywhere. So when I find one, I'll show you there's an audio cue that'll happen when you hit a hidden chest. And that'll let you know, like, hey, there's something here. Check it out. I like it. I like it a lot. Like I said, things are just really well thought through in this game when it comes to a lot of that stuff. Do I need 2 or 3? Just 2. All right. That rat is thinking about coming over here and messing with me. I know he doesn't want this smoke. Get dookied on. Get dumpstered. All right. And now it's time to build another insula. And then we're going to start running around doing the things. Oh, nope, that's not true. We're also going to build a leather worker. The reason we want to build a leather worker is we're going to need some body armor. Going to need some body armor and a scroll for some magic. So we're going to want to make a leather worker. So let's put that out. We're going to put this out kind of on its own here, because we're going to want to put a bunch of decorations around it. So decorations are actually really important in this game, because putting decorations around buildings makes those crafters much more effective. So very important. And then the way you get decorations in this game is, again, very creative. If you see a decoration out in the world that you want, you just go destroy it, and then you, like, learn how to make it. And I hope that they really expand on that, because there are things like some of these pillars and stuff from the ruins that you don't collect as decorations, at least not in the demo. So it'll be really cool to see them kind of expand on that whole system. There's a lot of potential value there. You know, in a lot of MMO games, we always talk about, like, fashion is the true end game. But in survival crafting games and games like this, that kind of gets expanded to also include things like decorating your town and your buildings, and different stuff like that. So anytime you give people the ability to customize things, the ability to, you know, build things in the world that are going to be permanent, one of the most important things that people want is an expansion to that customization, right? Some way to put their own personality into the game. And so I really hope that we get a lot of decorations and stuff like that, because I think it's pretty important. But let's see here. We got to go find a person, so we can't actually see what we can make here until we assign one of our citizens to working there. So we've got room for 7 citizens now, which should tide us over for a while. So now it's time to go explore a little bit of the world. I should probably equip some sort of an offhand, but I do want to do that, you know, mage, like spellblade thing. So we're gonna kind of stick pretty tightly to that. Okay. I'm getting good at dodging this thing, but not so good at hitting him. Ooh, ouch. Dumbass goat. Get wrecked. Let's eat a little more food here. So there's a couple of things that if you're a new player, you might want to know. And we're actually going to get to look at some of those things right now. So this is actually going to be an extremely important structure here for our playthrough. Oh, shit. That was almost all she wrote right there. Oh, no. Oh, no. Oh, no. These armored dudes are a little... Okay, then. Crap on a cracker. That's funny. Well, we're gonna save and leave here. I really thought I was gonna make it all the way to the first boss. Really thought I was gonna make it. That's funny. Couldn't even really get through the first fight. 0 levels, 0 favors. That is just a sad, sad showing. Bye-bye, Hermit Hardcore. Hello, Hermit Hardcore number 2. This time we are going to do this. We're going to be a scholar. Because I want to get my spell right away. I think that was really holding us back. Because I can make a flint sword right away. We're going to be a scholar. And then we're going to delete this Hermit Hardcore world. I hate to see it go. Gonna make another standard size here. We're gonna call this one Hermit Hardcore. And we're gonna get into it again. Hardcore is really hard for me because I'm really bad at video games. Like really bad. It's kind of sad. I've spent most of my life playing hours and hours of video games every day. And I still am just absolute garbage. So we're going to set ourselves up for success as much as possible. We're going to do things like trap the first boss and, just do a lot of stuff to try and help us win as easily as possible. Because otherwise, I won't win. If you ain't cheating, you ain't trying. Alright. Going in the Hermit Hardcore here. Boom, shakalaka. So there's actually some really important... Alright, hey, we got a water source and some flint literally right next to us this time. I love procedural generation because even though this game doesn't have a ton of biomes right now, there's not a ton of diversity, you can really see what it's going to be like in the future. We're going to punch this tree, actually. Can I magic that tree? Yeah, I can. Got a little lag right there. But let's magic these things down and get some sticks. Alright. And then we're going to claim that reward. And then we're going to make our pick, make our axe, make our sword. So the reason that I really want to do this Spellblade thing is, so this game is really creative. And they've made a really great system of combat. And that is that most of the time you have 2 attacks on a given item. So you always have your click, and then you have your hold. Now for the sword, your click and your hold are kind of the same. But for most of your other weapons, your click and your hold are going to be fairly different. So for example, on the magic here that I've got, you can see I have two spells. You have the Cosmo Bolt, which is the primary attack, and then you've got Stone Skin, which is the hold attack. So I can hold here, and you can see everything gets sucked in while I charge up. And then I get this little aura around me when I'm all the way charged. And then I release, and now I've got my 30-second barrier that gives me +4 armor. So we're going to use that to hopefully not get murdered again. Now we got to collect some wood planks. So we're going to come down to this tree here. You can use your magic, right, as well as your sword to break down the tree, which is cool. We get some planks. We make a workbench. Place our workbench down. And then we're going to make our little city center. And we're going to get our devil log. All right, and then we got to make our altar. I guess we'll put it right there. We need 3 stones. Oh, got to claim that. I'm so bad. How can I not hit those really, really simple activation buttons? Yeah, see, there we go. We get ourselves a little extra defense there. And then we can just beat away at these enemies without having to worry too terribly much. That'll really help us out. Especially against those boars. Those boars are a really high value early game target. But they're also very dangerous. They do quite a bit of damage. But that meat, right, getting this +20 health and then the 20 health over 10 seconds is huge when the other food that you start with is just 10 health. Right, that's 4 times the healing, plus you get a leather. You really just can't beat that in the early game. I'll eat those same meats for most of the game. We're going to set up our leather worker there. You can queue up a lot of buildings. And this is maybe something I should have done a moment ago. But we're going to queue up all of our stuff here. Yeah, these are all the buildings that I want to have. And then you just clear these things out. So you see when you stand in it, you get these X's that tell you, okay, there's something in your way. So you just clear those things out. But I really like that system because it allows you to plan things even before you've cleared things, which has led to some really great cities on the persistent server. We have a player named Fakio who has founded a few cities, and he always makes sure that he doesn't destroy the foliage and stuff inside of the city, and he builds around it and makes some really, really great structures and really, really great cities. They look really nice, they're really fun, and that would be much less possible if you couldn't place the city down or the building down before you cleared everything, because that would just make you have to go back and forth and then, you know, put the overlay down and look at it. Okay, what do I need to destroy? Okay, go back. Oh, whoops, I kind of forgot. Got to go run back over there and look for something else. And that would just really hinder that process. And so because you can just put those things down and then go destroy whatever you need to, It makes that style of building much more accessible. And I think that's great. So we have enough here to build this. And we need one more log. We actually need a few more logs, but we're going to come up here and get this one. Now, I am an industrialist, so I don't really live in harmony with nature. I am going to destroy everything because that's the kind of man I am. I've got something here that's stopping me. Where's my X? I don't see an X. But I also... Oh, there it is. I was about to say, I can't press E to start the construction, but I don't see what's in the way. A little piggy's coming down here. Come here, little piggy. Ow. Oh my gosh. Piggy so hard. So you can hover yourself and see how many hit points you have. You start with 50 there. And that's not enough for me, because I'm bad. There's my X. Got my personal building. Nice. We need lots more stones and some woods. This is something new that they added here. Like one day into the playtest, or the demo, they made it possible to attack those stumps. So a very good reactive change from the devs. And that rolled out real quick. I really liked that. Alright, and now we need 5 logs. One more. Uno más. And leather worker. All right, let's go try not to get murdered. We've got a nice spell. We've got, you know, some good defensive magics. Got all those things. I already constructed these and I didn't interact with them, so I've got this quest just sitting in my corner here. I'm so used to seeing that I just didn't even really notice. Town core. There we go. Claim reward. Good. Now all that stuff can be off my screen. This is really how I should be killing these. Can't see it. It's gonna get me. Alright, so you pretty much always start in a big empty, like, plains biome. At least you do during this playtest. Looks like we kind of got a similar layout here. Oh, they killed the creatures, so I didn't get any leather or meat. Nice. That went so much better. Good to have those magics. One thing you're going to need a lot of is coal in this game. It's how you power a lot of your buildings for crafting. So if you see coal, get coal. It only takes up one little spot in your inventory. And I promise you're going to use it. Hey, mining skill just went up to 3. So skills in this game are pretty dope. They level up the more you use them. So you see I've got my magic started at +5 because I started as a scholar. And then we've got our sword is 0, we've got our mining's up to 3, we've got our woodcutting's up to 3, we've got our construction is up to 3 because of all that stuff we did straight away. Here's another thing that if you're new to the game and you're just getting started, you really want to know. These boxes with X's drop meat fairly often. They drop cooked meat, like this type of cooked meat cut right here. So that's super, super important. So we were talking about earlier today that destroying decorations is how you get the ability to craft them. So if you look right here, this is a decoration, this foliage bit here. So if I destroy this, now I've learned to make the vertical bush decoration. Did you hear that audio cue just now? That wow. That means that one of these bricks that I hit on either side here has a chest in it. And it's going to make another audio cue when I actually break it. Let's go ahead and eat a meat here before we go fight this wolf. There you go. And then I broke it. It gave me another audio cue telling me, hey, there's a thing. We're going to pull all that stuff out. And then, super important, early game especially, so you can get a hold of some extra chests, is if you break a chest, then you can pick it up. So, great way to get yourself some free storage early on. Okay, I'm bad. Thankfully, that wolf is just as bad as me. So there's a thing you can do here. We're going to look at this. If you press E, oh, we got a big old lag spike. This sign depicts an open fire on the ground. So what you're going to do here is you're actually going to create yourself a campfire. Place it right here in front of this, and this triggers. And so for the longest time, I didn't know what this meant. But these particles go in the direction of the boss of this area. So we're going to be able to follow those particles. While we're here, we're going to pick up a couple more decorations. And we're going to use these decorations to boost our happiness. We have got a lot of duders incoming here. Magic takes care of them real good, though. Nice. But if we head off in this direction, we can start to maybe find our first boss. Once we find the boss, we don't necessarily have to fight it. And in fact, we're probably not going to. Until we get our leather made. Because I definitely need my leather gear. This is a little dungeon right here. We're going to go in. Ooh. So this is one of those repeatable dungeons. If you look at the map, it's got those spikes around it, which means it can respawn. Also, you'll see here, we've got our owl up here. So I guess it actually makes it appear when you light that fire. It must make it appear on your map. I actually didn't know that. We're really leaning on our magic heavy here. Magic is a really, really good early game weapon. I think it starts to lose a little bit of its efficacy later in the game. But super early like this, magic just almost can't be beat. I think this is another one of those. Yeah, it's another one of those repeatables. Those are really dangerous and difficult dungeons because they've got a lot of enemies in them. Ooh, lots of boars. Gonna have to be careful here. If I try and sword fight these boars, I'm almost definitely gonna die. Hey, there we go. So there is some difficulty here. Ooh, I don't have any food. Hey, what's up, Slate? I'm finally free from a 10-hour coding session. Now I can relax. There we go. What are you coding? Yeah, but we're out of food. It's dangerous to be running around without food. But we want to go ahead and quick craft those. Get those up there. And then we're going to want to go over to our... Oh, we don't have a leather worker yet. We still haven't found a person. Gross. We just need to keep walking around. The way you get citizens is you're just going to find them out in the world. Coding and acyclicity checker for directional graphs for uni. Okay, well, you just said words, but it certainly wasn't fucking English. This game gets real dangerous at night. These zombies that are coming out. They come out at night. This guy's like teleporting around over here. What are you up to there, bud? All right. We don't need to break these things again. We already have these decorations. We did want to break those boxes with the X's. Remember, they can drop meats. Which makes our lives way better. Here's the first boss. All we gotta do is crack that egg, and the boss will come and beat the crap out of us. So we're not gonna do that right this moment. There's a regular dungeon, so that dungeon will actually probably be a little easier, and we'll have some good rewards for us at the end. So we're probably going to go ahead and go in there. Daylight's starting to come, which is nice, because we got a lot of bad dudes chasing us around. These fat dudes are pretty easy to kill, but you gotta watch out, because they go boom. There we go. So we're gonna go hit up this dungeon up here, because hopefully we'll get ourselves a citizen at the end of it. Look how much damage that little bitty crawler zombie did to me. These people are insane. We got some boxes over here. We want to kill these before we go into this dungeon, because we want to have as much meat as we can possibly have. There we go. We got a couple of cuts there. Because I don't want to die. Because I don't want to restart again. Break that pot. Alright, so this is a classic spike trap. As you get close, it opens up. Okay. Then we're just going to move nice and slow across here. I think we're going to be able to get all the way... Nope. Nope. That was diabolical. Alright. We got to be careful. I want to... backing myself into a corner here. Bad day, bad day. Oh no, oh no. Ooh. Ooh. That was a close one. These zombies with the armor They really put it to you. All right. So we've got a little stomp pad over here. We've got these traps. Throw our little rock on top of the stomp pad. And here we go. Into a chest. Nice, we get some throwing attack power. We don't really need that. But we're going to get some potions and some food. This food here, this globby, is really good. We're not going to use it right this moment. We might use it up against that boss. And then we're going to put these potions down here. This is an instant 30 HP. But you have to be careful using your potions. They go on a 1-minute cooldown when you use them. So you can't just rely on those. Because sometimes you take more damage in a minute than you use in potions. But then you gain in potions. But they're instant instead of... okay, so we went right here. And then we go down this way. Then I believe it's just a straight shot. Alright. So we got that dungeon all cleared up. Got our loot out of there. Dungeons are always going to be the places you go for the real good loots. We're not going to wear this throwing attack power because it's not going to do us any good. But that's fine. We still need a citizen. I really need a leather worker. So I can start working on... You jerk. Need a leather worker so I can start working on my body armor. Very important. Oop, there's a citizen. Alright. We're gonna fight this guy first before we go over and fight that other one. These dual sword wielder guys can actually be a bit of a problem. They can put out some pretty significant damage. There's a little chest in here. Let's grab that. Nice, another potion, some random stuffs. Good deal. Yeah, so I wanted to get that sword wielder dude out of the way. These satyrs can be a little scary. This magic is really helping me be safe in the early game. But yeah, we're going to talk to this dude. So let's talk a little bit about the stats over here. Efficiency is how fast he does tasks. Expertise is how well he does tasks. And then happiness has a multiplicative effect on these stats right here. And then food cost, how many food per time does this person eat? And then their percentage of experience gain, so this can actually be lower or higher. Their loyalty gain, so loyalty helps improve these stats and this happiness as well. And then it has traits. This one only has negative, so it gets -3 happiness, which is sort of unfortunate, but that base 10 efficiency is actually pretty decent. So we're going to send that person to a town. And we're going to break these X boxes because they've got meat cuts. And away we go. I'm going to go back to town now because I have a lot of leather. I should be able to make a full leather gear set, which is going to be massive for me because that's a lot of extra armor. So we want to go make sure that our duder... so this is our town core here. And this is where we can actually control where our people go. So we're going to put our duder in there. But before we even make our gear, let's go to our... Oh, I could have sworn that I broke the decorations for the two... That's weird. So it looks like I don't have access to any of the other decorations right now, which makes me a little sad. Because I wanted to decorate up all around this person's building here. But it doesn't look like I can. Hang on. Looks like maybe somebody's trying to contact me. Yep. Let's do... That's not what I want. Sorry, I just want to make sure that this person... Okay, well, maybe it is this link. All right, cool. The folks over on the Discord channel, not just the moderators, but everybody who's over there, is extremely helpful. Always helping send people my way for the persistent server and stuff like that, making sure that anybody who wants to have people to play with can get access to people to play with. We're going to put all of our wool and all of our leather in here. So this is a really cool thing about this game, is you have chests for each of the different crafters, and you can just drop all the resources in their chest. They'll also pull from your inventory, but you can just pile up things in that chest there, and then bammo, use those resources straight out of there. So the Scroll of the Novice is the one I already have. You'll be able to see this is the tier 2 stuff that we're looking at here. The thick leather hood, the thick leather armor, thick leather sandals. They're going to take cured hide as well as regular hides and some copper nails. But we can start leveling this dude up, especially by making some cured hides. So we're going to go ahead and order up a bunch of those, because we're already making everything we need of this first tier. And so every time he makes something, he's going to level up. And so we're going to use crafting cured hides to do that. And then we've got some magic stuff down here. We may actually do some stuff with this stuff. And then our next tier of scroll. Actually, we can make our next tier of scroll. We've got a wool-bound scroll here. We just need to input our Scroll of the Novice. So let's take our Scroll of the Novice out. Let's dump it in here. Let's get rid of all these. We're going to make our wool-bound scroll. Oh, he's got to be level 2 first. Whoops. So we will need to make all these. Womp womp. So we also have some spare chests. in our inventory. So we're going to drop these off right here. You really should keep track of what's in your chests much better than I do. But I'm messy and lazy. So I'm just going to dump all that shit in there. And not even give it a second thought. Gonna go ahead and equip that. Don't need that. And hopefully this duder's all done with my helmet here. Oop, forgot to check. Sorry, I'm having like 6 conversations at one time right now. There's my hood. Alright, so if we look here, my spell was only giving me 4 bonus armor. So now I've got another 6 here. When I click my spell, I'll also be gaining another 4. So I am significantly stronger now. Which is fan-freaking-tastic. Okay, game, I'm gonna need you to stop. For some reason, like, Steam is down right now. In the worst way. Every time I try and access my Steam friends list to accept new people to the world, it's being all dumb. Why are you like this, game? Or Steam, or whatever. Can I please? Was an error communicating with the network. Try again later. What is happening? This poor person, I told them to come join my world. And then Steam was just like, oh, by the way, fuck you in particular. Maybe if I close my Steam and reopen it. Pretty please. There we go. Hey, we figured it out. Ballin' out of control. Alright, so we're way stronger now, and we look super dope. Because we've got our leather armor on. So now we can just spell blade it up. There's some cool stuff. We're going to look a little bit later at some things. I think we're pretty much in the spot, though. Actually, let's go back to town. We're going to need to wait until daytime. But I don't think we're going to get very much stronger before we fight this first boss. So we've got our potions. We've got our meats. This tunic just doesn't want to go away. We're going to get our blue potions also here, though. Because these blue potions give us bonus energy, and casting spells costs energy. If you ever need to get rid of an item, throw it in the bottomless pit. Yeah, but those blue potions will give us more energy. So we're gonna go fight zombies until daytime. And then we will fight this boss. Because we're just not really gonna get any stronger. Oops. I gotta be careful. I don't want to crack that egg while it's still nighttime. Because the boss is in the open world, so zombies can attack us. All kinds of bad things can happen. My skill with scrolls has increased. Nice. Kill that frog. We just want to clear out any zombies in this general area. Because even after the daylight comes back, it's not like Minecraft where the zombies like all burn to death or whatever in the daylight. They'll still just roam around and beat on you. So you got to be careful. I haven't had my chat up for a second here. Yeah, they just keep spawning. Oh, we got a big old fat guy. What's up, fat guy? TNT, I'm dynamite. TNT, and I'll win the fight. Whoa. Those pot men are awesome. Easily one of my favorite enemies in the game. Easily. Bow, 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 now, now, bow. It is also a little weird that dashing uses the same stat or the same resource as your spells. Spellcasting in this game is honestly very, very different than a lot of games that I've played. Because it doesn't seem to necessarily be a primary attack type. It's kind of slated as this secondary offhand like support thing, which is cool. I can totally get behind it. But I think that's going to be a little awkward for some players when they first get started. Because it's really not normal. Normally, being a spellcaster is sort of this option for how you play the game entirely. It doesn't normally run as a secondary kind of activity. We're going to have kind of a hard time fighting this boss. Things feel pretty closed in over here. There's lots of rocks and trees and stuff like that that are kind of in the way. This boss requires quite a bit of moving and running around, so I'm a little bit afraid. But nothing ventured, nothing gained, right? So, bop, bop, bop. Drink that energy potion. Power up. Get my defense on. Break that egg. So here comes the Guardian of Minerva. I already messed it up. When she does that wing flappy, that means she's going to do that fly attack. That can really, really hurt. But it's pretty easy to dodge, right? Because she just goes right to where you were. And so one of the best things about it is she usually gets far enough away from you that you can like eat a food after that attack goes off usually. So if you've taken some damage, that's normally the time to go ahead and get your heal on. But yeah, I mean, if you're staying mobile, if you be careful, if you don't, take beak pecks or anything like that in your face, if you don't allow that fly attack to hit you, especially this first 50% you can get through. Now the boss has empowered with lightning. I'm going to eat a potion. And that means all of their attacks are going to be a little stronger. And they've got some different attacks included in their arsenal here. Like this lightning bolt. You got to keep moving because you can take that lightning bolt and it hurts. Ooh, almost got flown on there because I wasn't paying attention. Didn't see the flappy wings. This peck even... Oh. The peck attack even has like a ranged aspect to it now. We're going to get flying or flown or whatever. Oh. There we go. Oh. Boom. Hey, that's good stuff right there. One potion, couple of foods. But now we get the real good goods. Ooh, got the chest piece on the first try. That's normally the hard one for me. So we're going to go ahead and loot that. And this armor, if we look here, we get 3 armor. So we're getting a massive upgrade. Plus 4 regular armor, plus 4 magic armor, plus 10 health. And this is really where you start to see the potential of the gearing system in this game. Because it's got some pretty ARPG elements. So we're going to get to have a lot of fun with lots of different gear and stuff. So we're going to want to kill that boss a couple more times at least. We're going to be looking to get that entire gear set. Because it is a 3-piece gear set. We can get helmet, boots, and chest. But now that we have the Guardian's Eye, which is something we got from that boss, we can turn it in for our first quest at the altar here. So if we take a look, go to the altar, we go to offerings. So this is where you see your quests and stuff. I probably should have shown this earlier. But as soon as you create your altar, you can see your quest lines in here. To start, you only get the Giant Owl quest, which is where you kill that Guardian of Minerva. And so the way you finish that quest is you go ahead and you offer up this eye to the gods, and then bammo, quest is done. And this is all the stuff you get. You get material storage, you get a blacksmith, you get the carpenter workshop, empty house level 2, so you can level up your house, get a little more room in there. Material storage level 2, so you get the second level of this. And then altar level 2, which is just all really important. So we're going to claim that reward. And now we have all new quests. So we've got Worshipping the Gods, which tells me I need to discover a god at the altar, which means offering up enough stuff that one of the gods gains a level. And then the Virgil's poem tells me I need to get a granite tooth to get the Logi tent and access to the tectonic equipment and all that stuff. So the tooth comes from another boss. It's actually going to be a long time before we complete this quest. But we'll complete this Worshipping the Gods quest pretty quickly. In fact, we could probably do it right now if we go ahead and split this stack. And maybe if we give up 10 of these, yeah, that was good enough. So now we got Ceres as one of the gods we unlocked, which means Worshipping the God, we can claim that reward. And now we've got a new quest line. So here, if we offer wheat, if we offer 40 wheat at the altar, everybody on the server will gain +1 throwing attack power, which is awesome. And then the other thing is each of these gods, as we unlock them, we get these worship points, and those worship points allow us to unlock new buildings, new power-ups, new blessings, all kinds of crazy stuff. So we're actually going to go ahead and unlock our farmstead here with our first worship point, because we're going to want to get some farming going on here fairly soon. So we've unlocked a bunch of stuff. We unlocked a blacksmith. So we're going to want to run that blacksmith. We're going to build this blacksmith kind of like we did with the leather worker, where we're going to put some significant room in here. We kind of want to line it up too, I think. There we go. So we'll put a bunch of room in there so that this blacksmith can get all of its decorations. Now, for some reason, I still don't have the other decorations. I could have sworn I unlocked them. Maybe that was on the last character. Let's go see if we can find those decorations again and destroy them so we can try and unlock those. Because I want them. It's very important to me. And now that we have our feathered chest piece, we probably have some ability to fight some more difficult dungeons. Nice. Yeah, I know I broke those over here. I wonder why I can't use them. Hey, there's a chest up here. Ooh. So that little particle effect there means that that's like a stronger version of that little bush monster. We still want to kill it. Oh. Not sure what happened there, but okay. Nice. I actually think I want that chest. We're going to grab this coal. Ooh. Nerd. Because that's how we're going to trigger our blacksmith. We need the coal for that. Hey, what's up, Deadlord? Thank you so much. I appreciate that. Glad you're enjoying the streams. Have you been playing any Romestead at all? Have you given the game a look? Because I got to tell you, it's hella fun. Oh my goodness. Honestly, some of the most fun I've ever had playing video games. What is this over here? Just a regular dungeon. Ooh, an animal den. Nice. Wolves. I have about 15 hours so far, but come back here to learn more. Nice. I love it. Feel free if you want to play with some other people. We do have that persistent server that most of my streams have been playing on that server with everybody else. So feel free to friend up that account. The friend code is on the official Discord for the game, the Romestead Discord, in their Looking for Group channel. So you're welcome to go ahead and join that and play as much or as little over there as you want. We've got quite a few resources. So the great thing about this game is your character is not locked to the server that you started it on. So you can actually come over to our server. We've got a lot of recipes for the different gear sets. We almost have all three of the gear sets. The Onager gear set, which is the heavy armor throwing gear set. The Mirage gear set is the magic gear set. And then the Scorpio gear set is a poison-based leather gear set. Yeah, so we've got like three, we don't have them all completed, but they're in there and you can craft them. And so the really cool thing about those recipes is they're server-wide. So you get to go in and you find those recipes, and whatever server you eat the recipe on, everybody on that server then gains access to being able to craft that item. So when the game fully launches, I intend to do like I'm doing now, where I create like a central server, and then we can go out to other servers. We can make personal worlds or whatever, and then if we get cool recipes and stuff, we can bring them back and we can share them with everybody by eating them on that server. And then everybody can kind of share resources and recipes and all that cool shit that way. And then we'll just have like this forever world that we share, to trade on or, build cool stuff together or whatever. I think it's going to be a lot of fun. I'm very excited about it. And then, we can do challenges and stuff like that on other servers. Here's something cool. So this is kind of interesting. Let's break this bush. So this right here, I believe is actually going to be a beehive. But these logs sometimes have these holes in them. And there are two things that can happen when you break these logs. They can have bees in them or they can have chests. So if we hit it, we didn't get the audio cue. So it's going to be a bee for sure. But we'll break this all the way down. You need these bees in order to create beehives. So you can have a consistent source of honey. So that's nice to have. And you make the beehives at the carpenter. Nerd. There's lots of copper up over here. I'm not mining it because I don't even have my blacksmith made yet. Ooh, here's another little dungeon or something here. Somebody's trying to flank me. How rude. Oh, shit. Oi. Good thing I've got all this extra armor and stuff now. Oh my goodness. It's so nice to be getting stronger. So this is actually a spawner right here. So in order to stop more of those little duders from spawning, we have to destroy it. Oop. But first, let's kill everybody else. Especially these freaking range dudes. Gotcha, nerd. Alright. So the big deal here is we want to go ahead and destroy these boxes that have these X's on them, because they can give meat. Booyah, cut meat. And then let's go ahead and see, does this have a chest in it? No, we didn't get the audio cue. So it doesn't appear like it has a chest. Nope. Bummer. But let's go in here. Oh, I see one. This one has a chest in it. You can see it under there. And then you get that audio cue, that bong, whenever you hit one the first time that has a chest. And then when you unlock it, you get that really good audio. But they can be in all kinds of stuff. Grotto of the Restless. Ooh, this is actually a good dungeon layout. I really like this one. There's going to be quite a bit of good stuff in here, I think. The one problem I'm gonna run into is these undead grotto things. I actually don't know if I've ever seen this layout. I feel like this might have recently changed. Is there a patch that came out? Have things changed? I have definitely never seen this layout. Ow. Why you gotta be so rude? Alright, loot all that. We're about to have to go back to town. Turn in all our stuff. Boom, got us another meat and some coal. Nice. We got a little push button here. Let's see. What does the push button do? Ah, okay. So it closes this one down. That's nice. All right. Got ourselves another Chester here. Ooh, Venus's perfume. Unthreatening, duration 10 seconds. I assume this stops things from attacking us. I'm not really sure. But that's cool. Hell yeah, dude. I'm loving it. Oh, there's a little person in a cage there. This is a spawner. Oh, I can't destroy that spawner. That's not good. Do I maybe need to put break furniture on? Nope, just can't destroy it. Okay. That's frightening. We got a little duder though. He's got, 11 efficiency. But his expertise goes down by 20%. That's pretty bad. So he'll be a decent, like, gatherer of some sort. But he's not going to be a good crafter. Because no matter what you do to boost his expertise, he's going to lose 20%. And that's pretty bad. So we're never going to use him for crafting. But we could definitely throw him, you know, on a woodcutting shop or something like that to help us out. Yeah. Looks like we got everything in here. Feels good. Feels real good. New unlock acquired for the Brazier. I'm having a really hard time understanding why I don't seem to be able to craft. Hey, random chest. Nice. Why I don't seem to be able to craft some of those different decorations. But that's all right. Let's go into my house. Let's put away all of our things. They do have a quick stack button. Super convenient. We definitely use that a lot. And that's one of those things that there's really just no excuse to not have in the modern gaming era. We're going to put our boss stuff in there. A lot of these things are, energy, magic armor, overall magic armor. Let's go ahead and put that on there. And then, sure, more energy regeneration. I really like that. That's going to help us do more damage with our spell. But we're going to keep some of these things out, like this is for offering. We'll put that in there. Well, that actually goes to the leather worker. This we're going to offer up. Keep that leather, keep that there. That we're going to cook. Some mycelium. Put those away for now. Put some foods away. Oh, we need to make a food storage for our peeps. We need to do some work on our town here. For sure. So right here, kind of in the middle of town, we're going to make a food storage. If we can. Yep, there it is. We just want this so that our people have some foods to eat. So let's clear out some wood here. We always want to destroy our stumps because I don't want them in my base. Because they ugly. Ugly. Homely. And so these trees always fall left or right. And it's based on which side of them you're standing on when you attack them. So if you want to drop them in a certain direction, just keep that in mind. So our people need some food. So let's go get some of the food that I don't tend to eat. We'll cook up these raw little meats. We'll get those out. Olives are good. Mushrooms are good. These I would feed them, but you can't actually feed them these. And then eventually you actually need these for some other types of foods. And some potions and stuff. So they're worth hanging on to. And then we'll want to keep that cheese, but we'll throw up the nuts. And that should keep them satiated for a little while. Let's do our cooking. And then I always keep all of the meat cuts because that's what I like to eat. Alright, then we're going to go over to the altar. We're going to offer up some stuff here. Got the golden scales. We've got our spare leather armor there. We're going to offer those. So you can see a bunch of different gods require different stuff that you offer up to them. And then once you've offered something one time, you'll see I'll split one of these. I can see, okay, every meat is going to give me 14 worship for this Ceres god. So you can look, as long as you offer up one of each thing, you can kind of look at what. I don't really care about this Venus perfume, so I'm actually going to go ahead and offer that up as well. And it looks like we got quite a bit of favor with this god here. And I've also never tried to offer up a sapling before. So let's do that. We got Ceres stuff, so 2.8 is not terrible. We get a lot of saplings because we destroy a lot of trees trying to build up our city. So that's maybe worth it. Always learning new stuff. I've already got 60-something hours in this game. And we're still always learning new stuff, even on just a demo. Which is really cool. Let's see here. We've got our blacksmith being made. We need a material storage. We actually probably need a couple material storages. So we're going to get pretty crazy, I think, with the material storages. Kyle McKinnon, welcome to the chat. Welcome to the channel. Yeah. So that's not something I've really ever done. Because I thought that maybe it wasn't implemented. But I'll look into that. and try to do that a little more. I actually thought that that was not in the demo because I've seen, um, so I've seen like the little area when you place the woodcutter. You know, I've seen that little circle there, but I've never really understood what that circle was for. So that's some good information to have. Thank you. I thought that maybe eventually you were going to have trees in that area for the woodcutter to even produce. But here's my question, Kyle. How is that increase in production compared to just putting like oh, words are hard. Compared to just putting decorations and increasing happiness? Or is there some combination of those things that I should be looking to do? Because if I could just throw a bunch of decorations on there and, you know, double or triple the output, of course, I guess the decorations actually won't really work all the way. So maybe it'll be like decorations really in close and then trees out around that. The number of trees in it reflect daily output. I got 2 logs per day from a log cutter with 2 trees and about 9 from one with 6 trees. Okay. So you can really, well, let's do that then. Let's put a log cutter up here by himself. I haven't tested decoration short of treating depression. Yeah, okay. So let's get a person in that. Well, we need to make the building first. Let's make our building. Let's get scientific with it here. Freaking nerd. We also actually have the ability to maybe make our second scroll too. So we should be able to power up our scroll, which is dope. All right. Couple more rocks, couple more trees. Rock. Rock. Tree. Where's my little X's? There we go. This is honestly a pretty cool construction system. All right, so we've got our treehouse here, or our woodcutter house. Let's go to our decorations. Why can't I make... Hang on, I might need a carpenter in order to make... Oh, I gotta make a material storage. Because I've definitely unlocked some of the other decorations, but for some reason I can't build them. And that might be because I need a carpenter. Because this one, it only gives 0.3 happiness, and it's only 1 square, and the 2 squares give 1 happiness. And that is better. But let's go ahead and put somebody in there. This person is 10 efficiency, and they have low skill. So this is actually the perfect person to put in here, because they're sloppy, so they lose 20% overall expertise. but expertise doesn't matter in the production facilities because all I'm worrying about is efficiency here. And he's losing 5% and 3% to hunger and happiness. Why aren't you happy, dude? Be freaking happy. And you shouldn't be hungry either. There's food right here. Come eat, nerd. So many things to do to make these structures. Now I gotta go in here and make a bucket so I can go get some clay. Bammo. Now I gotta go find some clay. Pretty sure there's clay pretty close to my base. Always more steps to take. Actually, isn't there clay right up near the boss? I think there might be. Having to go a little bit out of my way here. There we go. There's some clay. Don't you try and headbutt me, goat. I will put this clay down. And I'll put the whammy on you. You don't want the smoke. Alright. Then we just need some trees. And we need that sapling. Hey, I got a favor point. What's up? Let's go spend that bad boy. We got 2 favor points. So we're going to want some wood cutting. Absolutely. And we're going to want some pickaxing. Absolutely. Because we're going to be doing a lot of construction and stuff early days here. So we might as well make it as easy as we can for ourselves. We need 3 more woods. We're actually going to drop this way. Don't you come over here. Get another log. Okay. Hey. Construction leveled up. Also nice. Where do you find that favor tree? So if you press tab, it'll open up your inventory. And up here across the top is all your other trees. You've got your quests, you've got your stats screen. So this is something that a lot of people probably don't know about. But you've got tons of different stat stuff in here that you can track to give you a really good idea of how your character's running. There's not a ton of stuff that affects a ton of these things in the demo because the different types of gear are all fairly limited. But I'm sure, just based off of what I've seen in how they've been doing itemization and stuff in this game so far, there's definitely going to be a lot of stuff to look at there. Carpenter. Right, we'll put our carpenter down over here where our storages are. And it looks like we're going to need a second bucket. After that, we're just going to let our carpenter make our buckets. Hey, what's up, Master of Light? How are you? I don't want to go all the way up here for clay all the time. There's got to be closer clay than that, right? But then also, so this map is way better, Deadlord, than the one that you open with M. You can look around a lot better with this map. This looks like it might be the only clay near my base. That's sad. I'm gonna go down. Let's go do a little exploring. I could get the clay much faster than exploring for new clay. I've never seen a week in February releasing so much stuff. Yeah, so I've been noticing that too. There have been a ton of Next Fest demos and stuff too, of some really quality games. I was really shocked with this year's lineup for the indie scene. They seem to really be putting a focus, indie developers just in general, on just putting out really good games, which I very much appreciate because the AAA scene is a shit show. I don't know that I'm ever going to play another AAA game. Resident Evil and Magic the Gathering TMNT. Then on top of that, Midnight comes out Thursday. Oh, so you're super excited about a bunch of AAA things. Or at least, maybe not AAA, but a little more mainstream. I have never played a Resident Evil game in my entire life. Let's see if breaking this decoration... Oh, that says new unlock. I guess I hadn't unlocked that decoration. But let's talk to this nerd. Come here. Send that guy to our town. I didn't even check his stats. I don't even care. Hey, there's some clay that's maybe a little closer. So let's head up back to our base from this direction and see. Maybe we'll get some even closer clay. But it's looking like probably not. Well, that's so depressing. But also, I don't think I actually need to make that carpenter. Yeah, there we go. So the way these decorations work is you see that circle right there has to reach to the middle of the area here. So I'm not actually going to get a ton of decorations. So let's prototype this out a little bit. Oh, that's interesting. This isn't an even number. Strange. Jackass. And I guess we need to go find that vertical. Because I need the vertical one. So let's go wander about until we find the vertical shrubs. Is this it right here? Nope. That dude hurts. Yo, can you die? Free cart there. Don't really need that right now. Looks like we got a beehive here, maybe. Nerd. Nice. Bears are tough. You gotta be careful here. There is something a little wrong with some of the aggro code, especially when you attack things from range. Sometimes they won't attack you back for a while. So that was nice. Got a bunch of basically free materials there. Oop. Hidden chest. Nice. This freaking guy. Let's maybe eat some food and heal. I forgot for a moment that we're playing hardcore. And if we die, I have to delete this character again. How do you switch between attacks and weapon? So right now, the magic spells are offhands. So I have a sword in one hand and another in offhand. But if you press F, you actually have two weapon sets. So if you wanted to, you could do like sword shield. And then on your weapon swap, you could do your spell to use your armor skill. And then switch back to your sword shield. Or something like that. But yeah, F does your weapon swap. Yeah, main hand is left click. Offhand is right click. And then most of the abilities, or most of the gear in this game, have two spells or two abilities. So like, for example, this spell book has Cosmo Bolt, which is just boom, right click. And then it also has Stone Skin. So if you hold, you charge up, and then you release, and I get my Stone Skin. And then a lot of the weapons are that way too. The sword doesn't really have a hold, because it's just got its 3 attack combo, which you can either do by clicking or by holding. But like spears, they do like a single thrust. And then if you hold, they charge up, and then they do like a multi-attack. So they've done a really good job of giving you lots of options without having to press a ton of buttons. And then, so this game is kind of a lot like Vampire Survivors type games. Where there's going to be a lot of stuff that happens automatically too. You get access to a bunch of like automatic dash attacks and stuff like that. So you're going to be building not just the skills that you're actively using, but building up a character to do other stuff as well. One of the things you can get, so you've got your skill tree here with your skills and favors. And so if you look over here, when you get down to this side, melee attacks have a chance to hit, or sorry, chance on hit to instant cast your equipped scroll's uncharged spell for free. So this uncharged spell is that bowl. So when I get down there, I'll be able to sometimes cast that by attacking with my sword. And so there's lots of different abilities. For example, there's the Assassin spell scroll that gives you increased movement speed and 50% crit chance. So using that could make a really cool crit build. I don't know. There's all kinds of crazy shit. And we're still just in the demo here. So there's only so many spells. So there's only so many options for that until we get, you know, the full early access release. But there's the grappling hooks. So you have offhand grappling hooks that also exist in the game. And you have attaching hooks here that allow you to attach to things. So the grappling hooks grab things like these stones and pull them in so that they're on top of your head where you're carrying them. But that other thing right there, that little node allows you to connect your grappling hook to this at range and then flick your mouse to then send that item like in an arc slamming into stuff. And I actually haven't even used that yet, so I haven't really seen exactly how it works. But just based off of what it's saying and how I assume it works, it's going to be super cool. And again, that's just one small implementation of one item. What am I looking for? I'm looking for decorations. That's right. Because I need to decorate my house. There we go. This is the vertical one I want right here. Perfect. Now let's get back down there. We're going to finish prototyping out this decoration. And then we'll plant saplings around the rest of the area. All right, so vertical decoration. We go right here. And then more horizontal. So this thing isn't... That's crazy. Okay, so it doesn't work right here. So that one's not doing anything. 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 Perfect. So those are the only ones that appear to be actually hitting this. So you'll know that it's adding happiness because it lights that up green inside. So I can go here, here, and here. Oh, and here. But not here for more happiness. And then that looks like it. So we're going to do boop, 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 boop. Okay. And then on this one, we've got... Well, let's see if I can get more out of this. Doesn't look like it. Okay, so that's going to be all the happiness that we can add to this person. And so what we're going to want to do, we'll build all these, and that'll be fine. And then we're going to put saplings as much as we can. We should get a lot of saplings be able to go in here. Or do I need to leave more space so they can grow into full trees? I've never actually used any of the saplings at all. We'll see. Let's go in here and let's see how some of this is maybe affecting this guy. Don't know. Let's break down all the things. Okay. And then let's go ahead and build some of these. And so something you're going to see, I'll go show you right now. As you get the happiness here, you'll see your efficiency from just that +1 happiness. My efficiency has gone up 6%. So he's going to be logging much, much faster. 6% faster. So we've got like 20 little +1 happinesses around here. So we're going to gain a lot of bonus wood cutting. And so we're just going to use the wood that he's gaining right here and construct these and boost this happiness and speed this whole process up. And every time we make a new one of these decorations, he's going to boost his efficiency. Which is really going to make it so that we don't even need really to make lots of these woodcutters. We're going to be able to survive probably on just one. Because we're going to get so much out of them. Because of the way we're building it. Also going to end up gaining a shiznit load of construction XP. It's honestly a pretty good idea to build like a fat farm and some other stuff pretty early to get your construction up. So then when you need to do construction things in the future, you've already kind of got the stats. All right, so that's like one whole side worth because I've got most of them plus this one over here. So each side is going to give me about 30%. So I'm going to be 100 to 120% efficiency, which means whatever amount of gathering I can do by putting saplings and stuff like that in here, I'm going to be able to increase even more. Now, I'm not seeing in the efficiency, I'm not really seeing at all anything about this getting more based on the saplings and stuff. So they must need to grow up before they count, right? That makes sense in my brain. And then maybe we'll get to see what they do when that happens. And so we also might need to leave them 4 spaces each. They might be too close here, but I don't really know. It's weird to me if they're going to take up more spaces that you don't just plant them in a bigger area. The one I tested was 6, already had those trees when I built it. Okay. Yeah, they probably have to grow up then. That makes sense. I think I put these two on the same one. Whoops. Thought my crafting or construction was higher than it actually was. But as we put these in here, I mean, he's getting these trees real fast, which feels pretty good. I wonder if like olive trees and stuff count as well, or if it's just the big trees. The world may never know. Nobody's gonna know, dude. They're gonna know. How would they know? Like 1 or 2 more levels in construction, and we are going to be doing this in just 4 or 5 hits instead of 6. And that's going to make me very happy. I like using up less hits. All right, now we got 2 sides completed. So let's see if that 30% holds up. Because the first one we did was 6%, but then we didn't only add 5. we added more. So there seems to be like diminishing returns. Yeah, so now we're up to plus 59%. But you see our efficiency is up to 17 from the original like 10.2. Our expertise is also going up. Again, this doesn't really matter, but we have our 19 happiness, and that's making life real good. This is a really interesting city management system. I really like it. I think it's very well done. I'm also pretty excited to see what other skills maybe get added. You know, we've got a bunch of weapon skills and stuff right now, but there are no armor skills. There's only the mining and woodcutting. So I'd like to see maybe some fishing in the future, something like that could be fun. There's so many options, really. Can't believe I just missed that. What a noob. Oh, the slow and methodical construction of the early game. Especially with these smaller construction things. Farming. Farming takes a lot of construction patience. Thankfully, you only need like one or two really fully fleshed out farms. Hey, got another favor point from our bonuses there. Let's get that. Let's get bonus melee attack. Perfect. Oh no. We have a raid approaching from the southwest. I'm a scared. What are we gonna do? I guess we could put up a ballista or something real quick. Do I have ballistas? I do not. Oh no. I'm gonna have to fight off the raid all by my onesie. I wonder what kind of raid it is. It's not saying. It'll probably be the undead, which I think I'll be okay. I think I'll be okay. Wow. I missed that one a bunch of times. That was pretty sad. I actually think I'm probably leaving this one open so I can actually get in there if I need to. We got time. Are you trying to get in there? Stay out of my woodcutting shop, rat. Why are you such a little nerd? Hey, there it goes. Popped another one for me. Alright. Let's make sure we're there for this raid. Southwest is this way. So we're gonna come down here. Make sure we murder anybody who comes to get our base. Let's go ahead and eat a food and heal up. We got plenty of food. We got plenty of potions. We should be good. We could drink a blue, maybe. Let's see, 2 minutes. How close are we? Yeah, let's go ahead and drink a blue. Get that extra energy so we can dodge and spellcast and stuff like that. These rats can be a little bit bigger than the normal rats as part of the raid. Oh, we got a fire rat. Get away. Oh, man. Good thing I've got this feathered chest piece with all this bonus HP and stuff, because this is a rough fight. Goodness gracious. But we made it. That was not pretty. But we got it. That was fun. We're going to craft up all these foods that we need. Then craft up all these bad boys. And then maybe some of that action right there. And let's put these... Where's my drumsticks? There they are. Put all these foods that I don't really need in here to make sure we keep our people fed. When you rule a nation as great as Rome, one of the most difficult tasks is keeping your citizens fed and happy. All right, look here. You will craft. I like a lot how calm this game can be. I don't ever really feel too manic most of the time in this game. And that's something that's become more and more important to me. you know, when I was younger, I could play a video game that required extreme focus and high IPM or APMs, you know, and lots of really fast-paced gameplay for hours and hours and hours and not really have any problem. But as I've gotten a little older, I really enjoy my downtime in my video games. I like bursts of activity with intermittent periods of mostly thought-based gameplay, right? I really like management systems. I really like going into my stat sheet and, you know, trying to optimize my character a little bit. I like doing all those things quite a bit. And so having a game that has, you know, those lulls and stuff be a part of the game is nice. Yeah, so we're up to 107% efficiency here. That feels really good. So now we just need to look at what we can do with some other stuff. But yeah, we're going to produce some logs here. And looks like we're producing pretty quick. Doc Nastiest. Hey, what's up, Raider? How are you? So I have the chat window for the other server up on my screen, and so sometimes when people join the persistent world, I see it over there. There's actually, it seems like quite a few people in there right now. I haven't really been keeping track of who's been leaving, but I've seen 4 or 5 people join, so it seems like it's pretty hopping over there right now, which is cool. Just got back from the doctor. Oh no. All good things, I hope. Okay, so we've got that guy going. We've got, we need to build all of our stuff around this as well. And then we need, we got so much building to do. And I've been being kind of slow about it. Let's fucking lock in a little here. Recovering from medical issues. Well, the best way to recover from medical issues is to sit on your fat ass and play video games. I got a fever, and the only prescription is more Romestead. Nice. I'm not over there right now. I started a little series for the stream. I'm gonna play hardcore, where if I die, I delete the character. But after the stream's over, I'll definitely be back over there for a while today. I still want to work on building my city up over there. Maybe input it for the competition. But I've actually already died and had to restart once today. I didn't even make it to the first boss. Got murked by a bunch of zombies. Cause I'm bad. I'm bad. I need a couple of clay. Let's go get that. The food seemed empty, but I put some in. There seemed to be no people in town. Like in the big town? The main town? They're starting to spread out a bunch. So I kind of fucked that town up. Because I made a bunch of structures that are like really far away. And so the townspeople spread out a bunch. But it's also possible that a bunch of them starved to death. Because that server is always on, and there aren't necessarily people always there, some really crazy shit can happen. The first night, we lost like all of our citizens. I put a couple hundred food in there, thinking that was all we needed. And then I woke up the next day, and literally, like, as I was getting my breakfast and getting ready to get on, the death spam popped, and 12 citizens starved to death. So we lose citizens to raids, we lose citizens to starving. We haven't really built good defenses, or I haven't built good defenses around that main city. So it's just kind of open air. And so we lose a lot of citizens, if I'm being honest. But that's okay. Fuck them. Ain't nobody cares about those nerds. Defenses are for plebeians. Hey, what's up, Canuck? Howdy, howdy. I agree. Defenses are for plebeians. When you're a bad motherfucker, you just kill them by hand. And I am anything if not a bad motherfucker. Or I am nothing if not a bad motherfucker. Whatever. Something sound tougher than I am. I need another rock. Rock. And then we need clay. We are going to have to go take a look at getting ourselves a good dude for blacksmithing. We want to make sure we have a good citizen for that. I don't even know if we have any more spare citizens. We're going to have to go look for some. Boop. Once we get our blacksmithing on, though, we get some copper down here. So we're going to have to make ourselves a cart or two and cart up some copper. Honestly, I should have already built a cart to come get this clay and stuff. Running this one at a time back and forth is hella stupid. I've got an X. Oh no, I need 3 more trees. Hey. Look at that though. I already got 2 more right here. This dude is producing trees at an outrageous speed. This is great. Definitely don't be sleeping on the decorations. Thank you, Fakio, for teaching me about those. But you definitely don't want to be sleeping on the decorations. Leveling up your duders to make them get stuff faster is fan-freaking-tastic. Let's go ahead and cut this down. I don't need an olive tree in the middle of my freaking city. Alright, now we got a construction site so we can level stuff up. Of course, we actually need resources to be able to do that, but that's fine. Right, we don't have a blacksmith. I forgot. So go to our city. Hey, we do have an extra. Unfocused, negative experience gain. So that's bad. But very high base efficiency and expertise. So that's actually going to make a pretty good little dude there. Oh, his efficiency was high. I see. So still 10 though. So that's a pretty good base. But we definitely need some more people. So let's go get all of our copper bars. And some sticks. I think I have some copper bars. Let's quick deposit. Quick deposit. Because I should have gotten copper bars from the boss when I killed it. And yet, I'm not seeing any. Am I blind? Oh, they're in my freaking inventory. I am blind. So we're gonna go put our copper bars down here. And we're gonna make ourselves, starting with the copper pickaxe and a copper axe. I'd like to just go ahead and make the gladius. Ooh, I can. Nice. So here's another kind of interesting thing. Let's maybe play with daggers, actually. Instead of the swords. The daggers are pretty interesting. And I think they'll go pretty well. Because you attack so much more. Oh yeah. This is going to go way better for the spell blade. Because you attack so much more often with the daggers. And then you get that thing that says sometimes you trigger the attack. That'll be really great. I don't know how much coal I need, but I'm actually going to be sparing with the coal. In the open world, I've been adding just tons and tons of coal all the time. And it just doesn't last very long. And so I'm actually kind of running out over there on that world. So we're going to be a little sparing on our personal world here. Oh. This dude stopped outputting. Let's go ahead and craft up some carts right up next to there. So 1, 2, 3 carts. Oh, it takes 3 per cart. I didn't know that. I don't know why. I thought it was only 1. All right. Boop. Got a cart. I love the whole cart system. I love the auto deposit in the material storages. I mean, just the whole thing is peak. Absolutely peak. You got my stuff here, dude? Oh, you slow as shit. Damn, bro. Why don't we pick up the pace? Tell you what, while he's doing his crafting here, I'm going to go ahead and go use the restroom. I'll be right back. All right. That seems to have gone perfect. Let's get out that stuff. So something that's pretty interesting about this game, you never really have to let your old gear go to waste because you can always offer it to the gods. It's not going to give you tons of points, worship points, but it's a little bit. So they've actually come up with a really kind of ingenious way for you to manage your inventory and get rid of useless crap that is then kind of beneficial for you. So something that you may not know, these daggers are technically one... Sorry about that. Got a little ick in my throat all of a sudden. So these daggers are actually one-handed weapons, not two-handed, even though they look two-handed. So you can still use your spells or your shield or whatever offhand you have with the daggers, which is super cool. And I like a lot. Oh, we got a whole stack up there. Oh my gosh. That guy is making wood so fast. That's honestly kind of crazy. I can't even believe it. But yeah. What was the thing I was going to do? I need more people. We need to go on an exploratory journey. So you usually get people at the end of these repeatable dungeons. I've been hesitant to go down in here because I'm pretty weak, but I think we'll be okay. Well, so as you saw in there, Kyle, there's only so far out that you can go with those decorations. And so once you reach that point, motherfucker. I was trying to dash out of there to get to the other side of them. I shouldn't have ever let myself get pinned back in that corner. So I am going to delete this character and this world right now. They seem to be growing nicely here. But I want to see. It looks like we've still got the same efficiency. But as you saw, Kyle, so the circle around this building, where it draws its bonuses from, is a lot bigger than these decorations have the ability to add happiness. So I think you're going to stack, decorations on the inside here, because these decorations are multiplicative, right? Because they've got a percent efficiency. So if the trees are additive, which I don't know if they are or not, they may also be, percent multiplicative based. But if the trees are additive, like they add one tree every certain amount of time, or two trees every certain amount of time, or whatever, then this efficiency bonus is greatly increased by that additive bonus. So you want to add additive and multiplicative bonuses together to get the maximum. So you're going to want to do, it seems like, a small amount of decorations on the inside, right? You want to get as many decorations as you can. And then on the outside of that, you're just going to tree everywhere. And then that should be like your theoretical maximum. But, yeah, I guess it's time to delete this character. So sad. How long did we last this time? Oh, goodness. Our stream is going horribly right now. We're dropping so many frames. That's bad. Because I'm hosting the game myself, apparently. But that's fine. Yeah, we didn't even last 3 hours. That's hella bad. Okay. Let's the death was awkward. It really was. Like I was going, everything felt kind of fine, and then I was in trouble, and then I was dead. The the enemies in this game, things get really deceptive because there's very little um things jump very quickly, right? Like when you're out here in the open world, you run into like an enemy at a time. Maybe sometimes you run into some undead, but you've got so much room to maneuver out here. And then when you go into these dungeons like this, I mean, there's just, look at all these people. And so I take just tons and tons of damage, sort of all at once. And so it can be super awkward. Which is why normally I use a shield. I absolutely think that the shield is like the S tier weapon in this game. And I've been using the crap out of it. But if you look in the skill favor tree here, so one of the things that I've been really enjoying, and you don't even have to take that long to get to it, I don't think. Oh yeah, shield slam, here you go. So super early on in your game, you can get this dashing shield slam, and this does so much damage. It is unreasonable. And so you've got all the defense of having your shield. You have a huge damage output with your shield slam. And it just feels really good, and it works really, really well. And it's dashing and moving you around, which feels even better. So you get this like really good mobile damage output skill that you just can't beat. I think actually probably the highest defense and damage you can do is probably a shield with magic. So eventually you can get the ability to equip scrolls in your main hand. This is way down here on the magic line, so you'd have to be using something else as your primary, like a sword or a dagger or something like that up until this point. But as soon as you can put magic in your main hand, you can use those defensive magics. And those defensive magics increase the damage that you do with your shield slam, because it deals damage based on your total armor. So you get to boost your armor with those magics. And then there's lots of percent armor increases through some of the gods and stuff like that. And so I think that like peak defense, peak damage output is actually shield mage with the shield dash. And then you'll basically just be immortal and do all of the damage. And it'll be hilarious. But I guess we're saving and leaving. And destroying our poor world here. So sad. Oh, sorry, I thought I was muted. Had to clear my throat a little bit there. Bye-bye, Hermit Hardcore. Boop. And then bye-bye, Hermit Hardcore World. Boop. And let's maybe just go join a multiplayer session here. And let's go into our world with all of our people in it. With all of our friends. Let's see how it's running. Let's see how many people are in here. I loaded in straight away. There's been actually a lot of problem where I crash the first couple of times. I try and load in here, and then um, it finally lets me in. That's the first time I've ever just been out or been able to get in on the first try. Let's get a head count. How many are here? But yeah, so these hosted worlds run really well. We've had as many as 7 people in here concurrently, and we have a lot of structures. Actually, there's a couple of new cities that I haven't even been to yet, I don't think. Um, so let's go right here. This is our map. Um, oh, wow, all of my citizens are definitely dead. All right, let's go to teleport. So this is my city. This is like the main city. This is the second city we built. Almanzar built this city. Fakios has built a couple. He's got a forest and a desert outpost. We have World's End. We now have a place called Vagna. I could have sworn I saw Drat was building a city somewhere, but I don't see it. Maybe he hasn't built a level 2 altar yet. Let me see. But this city is actually really beautiful. I am very much enjoying it. Oh, they built that right next to. So this is going to be the same thing, Kyle. They built this right next to this clay pit, right? So you've got this. Let's see. They're digging clay, but I'm not seeing any bonuses here. So it looks like that's a hidden bonus. It doesn't look like it actually shows up anywhere on here. +1 expertise upgrades. Is this a level 2? Yeah, I think this might be a level 2 structure. No, doesn't look like there can be a level 2. Oh, here we go. Proximity. 27 clay tiles nearby. Okay, so it's a hidden bonus. It's not going to tell you what these 27 clay tiles do, but it's counting all of these 27 clay tiles. So then if you put some decorations around here too, then you could boost the efficiency. So I wonder how those clay tiles interact with that. I wonder what the hard numbers are. I'd like to be able to do the math on that. They've got, oh, look at this. Okay, I want to go see this because they've got a ton of trees right there. That's really good. So let's go take a peek here. And we see, okay, 73 trees nearby. Holy shiznit. But it looks like they've planted them all because these are, I'll have to be careful dashing near those trees because I'll accidentally cut them down because I've got that dash move attack. But then it doesn't look like, yeah, so the efficiency. Ooh, you get a biome bonus. Okay, so crafting your woodcutter gives you +4 efficiency in your biome. And so again, your happiness is going to stack on top of that multiplicatively. So you're getting a +4 efficiency, not a +4%. And so when you then add your percentage on top of that from happiness, now every 10% happiness that you get from your decorations is going to give you an additional 0.4 efficiency on top of whatever your base is, because you've got that 4. So every 100% is actually going to give you an additional 4 efficiency. So instead of, you know, this character would normally be at 20, it's going to be at 28 because it's getting that +4, which is baller. At least I assume that's how it works. We could check, but I don't want to build on this person's stuff. If it does additive before multiplicative, which is normally what happens, right? You normally build a base and then multiply on top of it. So if it does that additive first, then that's pretty cool. And then let's go into the map. Let's see if I can find all these cities. Just for fun. So this is the city we're in now, Vagna. This is Fakio's forest city. This must be Drat's new city up here. Yeah. Yeah, I think this is probably Drat's new city. And then we've got one. This is Old Piltover here. We built it inside the Satyr encampment as you lead into the desert. And then this is Fakio's desert city down here. It's actually really nice looking. And it has a really good blacksmith that churns out legendary weapons like it was his job. Then we've got a city at the beach over here. I went and discovered this is the swamp biome. You can't actually go into it, and you can't actually like build things over here. But this is where the swamp biome should be. And then, yeah, I guess that's all the cities. Super cool, though. And then we've got our main character here. I need to do some more favor stuff. Ooh. I have the Spellblade Master now. So let's actually... I kind of want to go see about doing this with the daggers. And... we're going to go back to our main city. And we should have some gear down here. Black, so many things. Let's see. I'm hoping that we still have an assassin scroll. We might not. Somebody might be using it, which is fine. That's why I put this stuff in here. I want people to use it. But I'd really like to try triggering that assassin scroll automatically. But it looks like somebody's got it. This is that Scorpio gear. So it does bonus range damage, bonus nature damage, bonus nature resist. So this is kind of a problem with the demo right now, though, is all the armors are adding melee damage and like melee defenses when you get like pristines and masterworks and legendaries. And so this doesn't really mesh very well. Because you get all the ranged bonuses, and then it's like, just kidding, it's a melee item. So hopefully that changes in the future. But I want to try some different... Ooh, I think we want to put that on. Because I'm tired of this 1000% knockback. It pushes things back too far. I don't like it. But we can get... That's an 8% crit. And we're going to go see about trying to get that assassin scroll again. There's the server account, is Albus. And then one of these, there we go, 4% crit. So we'll get a bunch of crit going on here. And honestly, we need to change, like, everything we've got going on with our city. Like, we've got all of these woodcutters, and they're completely, like, useless. Of course, we don't actually have any woodcutters. They're all dead. Oh, my poor city. I have failed this city. The green arrow should come and get me. Wow. Only 3 people. And I think somebody has actually been out finding people. And now we only have 3. That's the most awesome thing. Okay. Well, let's go be useful. Let's teleport out to the desert. And let's do some of the repeatable dungeons out there. Because we'll get people at the end of those repeatable dungeons. And maybe we'll get the rest of the recipes for some of the gear sets that I've gotten started, but I don't quite have all of them yet. Let's see. If we go down, there's some repeatable dungeons down here. Nice. I guess we could also go fight the bosses. We've got the Cyclops right there. But I don't think I'll get any of the stuff I'm really looking for from those fights. So I don't think it'll really end up being all that useful. But let's go in here. The Depths of Wickedness. So these dungeons, they like repeat a certain amount of times or something like that. We always want to make sure we take an antidote when we go in here. These dungeons are extremely dangerous because these dudes will poison you unless you can just one-shot the shiznit out of them. Because you're a baller like me. But this is what I'm talking about with this shield just being overwhelmingly powerful. I can just zip around smacking people. And it's honestly kind of hilarious. This crit bonus is turning out to be pretty nice. I'm getting a lot of big plus 80s. On my damage numbers here. Boom, shakalaka. Pick up a bunch of potions. Hey, there's a little citizen for us. What's up? What do you got? Expertise, happiness, minus to overall expertise. I don't care as much about... Oh, no, that's bad, because its highest stat is expertise. And then it's got the negative trait. You suck. But hey, we get one of these armor bonus things. We get some other stuff. Nice. Out we go. It won't immediately reset, but it will reset at some point. Then let's walk up over to this one. Gotta get some people. I'm really excited to see in the future what they plan on doing with the citizens, their little traits that they have. Because right now it's pretty basic, where it's just like adding expertise or something like that, or reducing expertise. But it'd be really cool to see them maybe go and put some bonuses that can benefit specific buildings or specific jobs, like a citizen being really good at just woodcutting. And so if you put them in a woodcutter, then maybe they get like bonus 50% efficiency, but everywhere else they don't. Or maybe having certain decorations affect them more. Or, I don't know. Things that make you really consider what you're doing to try and optimize your build. But this is what I was talking about when I was talking about lots of automated stuff. So when I dash, a couple of things happen. Number one, I shoot blades out, and that's because of my cape. And then number two, I have a chance to leave behind this earthquake. Let me see if I can trigger it. So when I dash with my shield, there it is. And that just does damage over time. So when I dash with my shield, I'm always doing 2 attacks. And sometimes I'm doing a third. So they've gone and automated some of the combat by giving you like all these benefits. And this is why I call this game like a bullet hell, is because it's got a lot of the same mechanics as bullet hell style games. We just got some really bad lag there. Where you've got like lots of abilities triggering without your input based on circumstance. And it's really, really fun. Had to down a potion there because we were getting a little lag, and I didn't want to just end up dead. Of course, we're not hardcoring this character, so it's fine if I die. I've died a bunch of times on this character. What do you got going on? Efficiency, a little bit of expertise, minus happiness is pretty unfortunate. But we need lots of people because I let them all die. And hey, there's the assassin scroll I was looking for. Nice. So there's a reason that I was excited about this. And the reason... Hey, thank you. So I'm still broken. I still can't see when people... Maybe this will work. Nope. I still can't, for some reason, see some of the events going off. But thank you to whoever subscribed or followed or whatever that is that just happened. And I'm sorry that I don't see more specifically. I am trying to get that worked out, but everything that I'm doing seems to not be working. If it was on YouTube, then it might just be YouTube wonkiness. But I do always appreciate those follows and subs. The channel's actually been growing really well here recently, which is making me quite happy. Yo, this person has built so many. So really funny things, some of y'all may not know. There are pots in this game that you can get in as a player, and other players can pick those pots up and carry you around, but they can also put the pots in the catapults and catapult you over walls, and the pot breaks when you land, and then you like pop out, beat shit's ass. We did it on the stream 2 days ago, 3 days ago, something like that, but it was pretty freaking hilarious. I need to clip it and put out a little short, because I haven't laughed that hard in a good long time. But I want to get the daggers, because if I get my daggers, let's go to Facchio here. So Facchio has this fantastic blacksmith who has 22 expertise. And so anything you make here is just instantly wonderful. So we're going to make a bronze dagger. Looks like we need to put some fuel in the fire. I wonder if planks work. Ooh, they do. Look at that. Hey, we got a legendary on the first craft. So we get bonus melee damage, attack damage, crit chance, and knockback. So we're going to go ahead and equip those with our assassin scroll here. We're going to make sure that we have the favor that we want. When you damage an enemy with a scroll, you have a chance to... Nope. Melee attacks have a chance on hit to instantly cast your equipped scroll's uncharged spell. And then the assassin scroll is an uncharged, right? Yes. Okay. And that gives me a bonus to movement speed as well as a bonus to crit chance. And then I'm also going to add some more bonus to crit chance. So I'm going to have over 60% crit chance. It looks like this one's grayed out, so it must be all the way completed. So let's go find... Ooh, it even works when I'm attacking. That's interesting. Ah, nice. Oh, this is so wonderful. Now I'm moving faster. Oh, this is hilarious. Okay, let's get in here to a much stronger... Are there no enemies in here? Okay, this one's totally done too. Right? No, it's not. Maybe somebody died halfway through or something? Didn't finish? Yeah, I got all kinds of things that are like helping me move faster now. That's actually really cool. I haven't ever seen this layout before. That's interesting. Oh, somebody completed it. Must have been today that it got completed or something. Let's see about this one. It's grayed out. I need some enemies. Where's my enemies at? The other really good option for this build would probably be to have a bunch of energy regen or something like that. Whoops. The extra energy regen would help you trigger those spells way more. Or does it not take your energy? I think it doesn't use up energy when you cast the spell because of that ability. Oh my gosh. I am annihilating right now. Holy shnikes. Yeah, this is pretty fun. This assassin spell with this dagger buildup. I don't even have very many levels in dagger. Or even really a bunch of the bonuses. But your ability to mine and stuff like that, because you're attacking so fast. And then all your bonuses to crit. And all the movement speed feels really nice. So one of the things about games like this is that movement speed is almost always the best stat in one of these games, because moving generally allows you to completely avoid getting hit, and not getting hit is always the best form of defense. So you almost always want any sort of movement speed you can get. Now also, this game is pretty cool because the different weapons react differently. So like I can move while I'm daggering, but I can't do this with a sword or a spear. I can move while I charge up my spear, but I can't be actively attacking and moving. And so things are just really different with each of the different weapons. But I'm just critting everything. That feels phenomenal. Oh my goodness. I am getting hit more. If there's ever any sort of like life leech or something like that in this game, I don't think there is any life leech as of yet that I'm aware of in the demo build. But if I ever get any sort of life leech with this build, I'll just be massacring everything. Like it won't even be fair. So this is only one version of this. I think this assassin spell is probably the best version of this in the demo, but there's all kinds of other potential abilities that can be added to this. Yeah, my daggers just hit level 9 versus like level 40 that I have with shields and spears. And I'm still killing things just about as fast. And I feel much more mobile. I feel just generally better. This is really fun. I really like this. I also think that a straight caster could also be pretty entertaining. The problem I have is that a lot of these builds take a while to come online. Now, I know that this is the demo, and so eventually we're going to have, like, even more stuff after. I seriously doubt that this is going to be the entire favor tree. But I doubt this is going to be the entire favor tree because, you know, there's so much empty space all around this. They left a really huge area. So I doubt that this is the end of the tree. This is just the demo part of the tree. I'll be really interested to see how things change maybe in the future. Minus experience gain. That's actually fine with me. I don't mind them gaining experience slower as long as they have, you know, good efficiency or good expertise or something like that to start with. And let's see what we get. Scroll of Vulcan. So this is the fire spell. This one could potentially be really fun, but it's only going to shoot out fire. It doesn't do its charge ability, which would leave a pool of fire on the ground, which I guess is good because I can actually take damage from that pool of fire. My other allies can't because you can't hurt anybody else, but you can hurt yourself. So let's just see how that feels. I hit so many times, and that's the reason this build is fairly powerful. That's the reason daggers are so powerful for this, like, melee spellcaster build, is because you're getting so many hits in, so you get to trigger that percent chance to hit, or percent chance to cast a bunch. But yeah, I don't think that's nearly as good. Just right off the bat there. It didn't feel as fast, it didn't feel as fun. This actually feels to me a lot like in Diablo 2, I used to make a passive assassin build a lot, where I would use claw attacks and do like really fast claw attacks. And then do all the passive like claw attack speed and bonus damage on claw attacks and all that other stuff. And so this feels a lot like that, if I'm being perfectly honest. And it feels real good. I kind of want to go kill the Minerva bird, the Guardian of Minerva, and just see how that goes. Because we're just cruising through these dungeons. Minus 50% loyalty gain, but some decent abilities. So, not bad. Some more gardener's gloves, nice. Nickname is Wolverine. That's pretty funny. Let's go ahead. We're gonna sort of quick go back to the city here. If you disconnect, when you reconnect, you always go back to like your spawn point. And so we're gonna do a quick little disconnect here, and then we'll reconnect. And that's going to put us in the world. Oh. So this is what was previously happening, is I would get kicked right away. I was really shocked that it worked the first time, last time. And then where's the Guardian of Minerva about? Let's go over here. And I'm just gonna mess this bird up. Not gonna dodge, not gonna block. Okay, I'm gonna dodge this slam. I'm not getting my assassin off. There we go. There we go. Okay, well that could have been faster. But it was still pretty fun. Still pretty fun. Alright, look here, jerkface. Just trying to loot. Yep, that feels real good. I also think that we want to go ahead. We're going to put that Vulcan back in there. I forget, there's something you can craft with the Medusa head. I should probably look into that. Let's put all this stuff away. Oh, keep that. And then let's go kill the other bosses. I definitely think I can kill the satyr boss, the ogre. I don't know about the Cyclops, just because I rely pretty heavily on my shield during that fight to keep me from dying. Because I'm bad. Let's go murder this satyr nerd with this new build. So this is one of the things I actually want to do quite a bit of. Is I want to go ahead and level up a bunch of skills and get all of the different favors that I can get. So that I can test all the different weapons in the end game and see, you know, make a tier list and see how things feel, how the balance feels, you know, what gear is exceptionally overpowered. I actually think that a throw build is probably going to be one of the highest damages in the end game, because the base damage of throwing weapons seems to be significantly higher than all other base damages. So I'm actually pretty interested to see about that. Let's drink a poison thing here. And we break that. Nerdface comes in here. We did quite a bit of damage to him there. We have a really good ability to put out some DPS, but also stay fairly mobile. And be able to deal with these ads pretty good. Yeah, we're already in the mid phase here. I'm going to go ahead and eat. This is fairly easy to dodge this part. Whoops. I say that and then I get hit. But if you line up and you only take one of these, I think that's actually easier than trying to run around and dodge those. Wowza. That felt phenomenal, if I'm being totally honest. Like, damn, that felt good. That auto casting, that assassin skill is hilarious. I don't even know what to say about that. That feels clean. There's a lot of like skill-based gameplay in that because you're dodging a lot more instead of just standing there with your shield out. It feels really good to play that way. I really enjoyed that. Now let's go over and try the Cyclops. The Cyclops is a really hard fight. His abilities are just fairly overwhelming. Especially his fourth phase. But we're going to go give it a shot anyway. Am I full? Let's drink my anti-poison. This is fairly easy. And now we've got people. Being able to move faster is probably going to be pretty good in this fight. Because you need to be able to evade. Nice, I got all 4 of those bombs. That felt good. There's something else increasing my move speed on hit in my kit, and I don't know exactly what it is. I think it's one of my other favors. I think it might be on crit or something like that. But when both the assassin and that go off, I am literally just a zoomy boy. Alright, we got that first phase done. Ooh, I got stunned there. This phase should be pretty easy, like this. Oh. This phase is fairly simple in that anytime you want to, in between these lasers, you can just kind of stop and eat some meat and heal. Although I think I accidentally canceled my eat. So let's go ahead and do that. But then you just kind of stay over on one half. If you slow it down a little, this phase is really easy. You don't have to worry about going too fast here. This is actually probably going to be really good for this eyeball phase, because I can just sit here attacking, and the daggers have really great attack speed and stuff, so this feels good. There's maybe something to bringing different gear, different weapons for different phases too. You know, you get 2 weapon sets, so maybe bringing different weapon sets for different phases. Like always bringing daggers just for this phase would potentially be reasonable. And then we've got angry phase. I really don't like this phase. This phase gets me every time. My first ever fight in here, I made it to this phase and then immediately died. Oh no. Yeah, you just like start taking damage somehow in this phase. And I don't even know like what's going on. Hey, there we go. And then this phase right here is just a DPS check. You just have to burn down this hand before he squishes you. And I don't think I'm gonna make it. Oh, this is bad. Come on, come on, come on, come on, come on, come on, come on. Ooh, that was close. Heyo. First try with the new build. That feels good. Got another 500% knockback ring. Got a tectonic armor. Nice. I don't think it's actually better than this legendary armor I have, but I don't know, maybe. Bonus fire resist. Probably makes it better for this boss. And some more health. So that'll make it better actually for my shield slam build, because it's got 4 or 5 bonus armor. And then that fire resist is really good against this boss. So it just kind of is a self-perpetuating cycle where once you kill this boss, he just becomes easier for you. But that was done with almost no skill in daggers, right? I'm only up to 14 now. And compared to my shield and spear skill that are 37 and 38, to be able to put out that kind of DPS in comparison with such a low skill or such a low value skill, I think is pretty good. I really feel good about that. I think that build is pretty solid. I also don't have all of... Oh no, maybe I do have all of the dagger abilities. Found the owl on my solo world. Took care of it with flame arrows. Nice. Good job, Raider. Very good job. I guess I did take all of those. There's a crit bonus or something here. Yeah, 5% crit. There we go. Probably need to work my way down to that. Melee weapon deals bonus 20% damage based on your equipped scroll's primary attack damage. That's too bad. I'm going to take that. But I guess I don't get anything from that. But I wonder. After damage, or after dashing, your scrolls cost 50% less energy for a time. Your scrolls are 25% faster on entering their fully charged state. Reload time. 10% on magic power bonuses. See, I wonder what this does for the assassin ability. Because I don't, like, there's really no bonus there. Yeah, well, I mean, I think I'm level 35 or 55 or something now. I don't know. I'll be interested to see if maybe when the full game launches, we're actually in a position where it's quite a bit more difficult to get all of the favors. Because within about a week, I'm going to have all of the favors. And that's going to be pretty funny. But I'm pretty happy that I was able to get through that boss, or both of those bosses, with this new build on that first try. That's pretty solid. And I mean, the individual attacks don't do that much, right? Like I'm hitting for 12 to 16 on a crit, and only like, 6 or 7 on a regular attack. But I'm hitting so many times. We're just annihilating enemies. I need antidotes. I need antidotes, and I need more dungeons to be able to go in. So I might need to like switch to another world. So this world is really only good for building anymore. We've pretty much completely killed all the dungeons and stuff. You see there's just so many grayed out dungeon areas. And so going out and looking for dungeons is a much less valuable proposition now. Especially out here in the desert where you get, most of your good drops. So we're gonna want to start doing stuff in other places. And then we can just still bring stuff back here, right? I could go kill dungeons in the other place and then just bring the recipes back to this world. What does this give me? Energy regen, melee damage. Okay. So I definitely like that more than... Oh, what is this? Cape of the Fallen. Okay. Yeah, and then let's go ahead and are there different world seeds? Yes, there are, Canuck. Sorry, I missed that there. So when you go in, we can... Let's go take a look. We'll disconnect. And then when you create a new world, and you can create worlds as often as you want. So we can single player here. We can create a new world. But your character's equipment and their inventory go with them. So the world save and your character save are separate. And so when I go to make a solo world, I can just select Survival Hermit. And so this is a world that I was already playing with somebody else on. But I can also just create a new one. And here's the seed. And you can pick small or standard. And then you've just got a numeric seed. And then you can name it whatever. And then it takes a while to create, but we create one here. And then we can go burn through all these dungeons if we want. In the demo, it's actually pretty easy because there's always a road that leads out to the desert. So it'd actually be really easy to just make a new world, run out to the desert, clear all the dungeons, bring stuff back. And that's actually what I'm going to do right now. Because that sounds hilarious. The color of the item means something. Yeah, the color of the item is its rarity. And items can have different rarities, like the same item. So that rusted copper gladius that you got is just a weaker version of a copper gladius, and you could get like a pristine copper gladius or a legendary copper gladius, and they would have additional stats, and they would change rarity colors. Yeah, so brand new world, so we can just follow this road. And this road is always going to lead us. Ooh, laggy. What's up? Why are you so laggy? I saw your first video where you defeated the giant bird. I like this game, super fun. This game, Eric, is maybe one of the best games ever made. Especially as development continues and there's more bosses, more items, more biomes, more stuff to do with the buildings and the crafting. As they... Why is there lightning? Weird. As they continue to focus on all those things and improve all of those things about the game, I think this game is just going to get so much better. The core is really the important thing here, right? Gameplay, combat, crafting, gathering, all of these things feel really good in this game. And so I'm really looking forward to what else they sort of have in store for us in the future. But also, welcome to the chat, welcome to the channel. Love to see those new faces. Absolutely. Lobster wrist guard, green, +2 throwing attack power. Oh, you found the swamp? Nice. Yo, I just beat the shit out of that bear. Oh my god. This world is so laggy. No, that black area is not the swamp. That black area is the volcanic area. So, let's go back to it. Just like this road always leads to the desert, this black volcanic burnt area is always leads to the volcano biome. Hey, thank you very much for the sub or follow. I really appreciate that. Yeah, but this is all volcanic. And when you break these trees, you actually get coal. And so if you follow this burnt area, this is a road that leads to the volcanic biome. I don't know which way from here, but it always leads to the volcanic biome. Because this is like lava runoff. But we can't go in the volcanic biome yet, because it doesn't exist. The swamp is primarily water. You can see a little bit of it on the shared world down in the bottom left of the map. The swamp exists there, and it's mostly water, and then it's got like trails of green, like land that you can walk on, and then there are tree stumps like buried in the water. But you can go down. It's all the way in the bottom left of our shared world, and you can go check it out. But that's what the swamp looks like. You can't really do anything over there right now because you know, it's not in the game really, so you can only go into like the first couple of steps of it. But once the game launches, that'll change. Hey, stop shooting me. Yo, this dagger build with this assassin skill is so freaking strong. Oh my god. I just like ran through that satyr camp. Like, what are you even doing over here? You're so weak. I do have to be careful and not get myself poisoned because I don't have any antidotes right now. So like I need to not walk into the poisoning bushes. Oh, crazy. Goes all the way through here in the desert even. That's the first time I've ever seen the volcanic cross through the desert. That's kind of cool. But that's going to be, you know, as soon as we have the volcanic and the swamp, and we're getting, you know, maybe multiple instances of each of those biomes, and, you know, the map can be a little bigger and stuff like that. As soon as we get all that stuff, the game starts becoming much more dynamic. Hey, nice. We got a couple of antidotes, which feels good. So as you know, like generate more worlds, you're going to get really cool layouts that can do different stuff. So we might have to make, when the game comes out, we might have to just go ahead and make like a bunch of seeds and run around as fast as we can and see maybe if we can find a really cool seed that's got like a bunch of biomes like right next to each other. So we can build like one city or something. Have to play the survivalist. I'm pretty focused on this game right now, Sanst. I'm having a lot of fun with this game. The gameplay of this game is really, really good, in my opinion. I'm a big fantasy nerd. I like fantasy games. I'm a big, like, old school JRPG, turn-based SNES player. And so I'm just really, really enjoying the whole vibe of this game and the way the gameplay plays out. And all of that just feels super awesome. There's nowhere to send you. I wish that I could turn citizens into items and then bring them with me back to my world. That would feel really good. It's an old game. They're kind of the same in some aspects. I mean, I do love a good survival game. You know, I've put 6,000 hours into the two Ark games. Survival Evolved and Ascended. So, I mean, I'm not against playing any other survival games, but this may be the last survival game I ever play. Especially if the developers... Oh shit, I suck. I need pots to be able to get in here. But I broke them all because I'm stupid. I'll have to come back. Bummer for me. But this game is just so incredible. and continued development of this game will only make it better. You know, it's got that same scalability that Terraria does, where new bosses and stuff like that, new items, new biomes, a lot of that stuff just creates a lot of replayability. Oof. And a lot of continued playability. But I am pretty happy with this game. I mean, I've pretty much beaten all of the content available in this demo right now. And I fully just want to keep playing because it's so much fun just to be in the world, playing the game, killing stuff, doing things. You poisoned me, you nerd. Why would you do that? Whack. Oh man, there's so many of these. Yo, this is great. Oh my goodness, every time. Oh. And then I just broke the pot. All right. Free loot. Ooh, that's a food I've never used before. Nature resistance, poison resistance, 15 minutes. So that's way better than this antidote that only lasts 5 minutes. And then it also gives 30 health and 50 health regen over 10 seconds. That feels really good. Let's go ahead and loot all that. We're going to throw out some things I don't need here. We can mostly keep the rest of that stuff. I wish that I could use 2 assassin scrolls somehow. Dungeons like this kill me 20 times before I get the idea of the safe path. Yeah, so I grew up playing The Legend of Zelda: A Link to the Past. And so dungeons like that, where it's more about picking out the path than it is about timing, I do pretty good with. But I die 100 times out of 100 when it comes to timing. And like having to dodge and jump onto a path you know, with the timing of the attacks of the traps and stuff like that. They always give me. But if it's just about picking out a good path, I can always do those. Ooh, there's a flamey boy down there. Let's go pick on him. He probably thinks he's the shiznit, and he just be running around fighting everybody, saying he's the strongest. And then he just got his ass beat. What's up, dude? Remember when you weren't dead a couple minutes ago? That was dope. Choo. Oh, nice. It's another one of these. So I can't use this, but this dungeon requires 2 people. Well, it doesn't require, but if you don't want to die in order to clear it. Oh, I'm stupid. I thought that you had to use this pot. So this pot allows you to throw a person over that wall. So I can grab this pot and then I can like yeet somebody over here because they can get in the pot. But something I didn't even consider last time was I can just blow up these barriers with these rocks. So last time I ran my stupid ass out there and then like I did as much damage as I could. And then I ran back, and then I died or fell in and respawned and then just ran over there and did as much damage as I could. But you can just destroy it with this stupid thing because I'm an idiot. See, this game is too clever for me. Look at all these daggers levels we're getting. Oh, yeah. Get wrecked. Oh, that's right. There's a Medusa in here. I forgot about that. All right, Medusa. I'm coming for you. Let's get all the way healed up. I don't have anti-turn to stone, so we could definitely die. But we didn't. Holy shit, I'm a badass. Goodness, y'all. I'll be putting down the whammies. Oh my gosh. How does anybody compete with this? This is such a fun build. See, this is the one that I can't do. So on my other character, or normally the last time I came in here, I brought a shield and I would just run and block that one ball in the middle. But I don't have a shield. So I'm going to have to like actually dodge these. I'm fucked. There's no there's no freaking way. We're just going to eat these. I'm so bad when it comes to timing and stuff. Ooh. Giant's gloves. Okay. Throwing damage. Another assassin scroll, which I don't need. Throw it in the garbage. But we got a recipe. We got the Onager scarf. This is actually the last piece of the Onagar set I don't have, I believe. Because I have the chest, and I think the scarf is probably the headpiece. We'll see. But that's nice. So we'll eat that. We're not going to eat that here because it uses it for the server, and this server is just temporary. So we're going to bring it back to the main, and then we're going to use it there, and then everybody will have access to it, which will be awesome. Is the Assassin Scroll a magic scroll? Yeah, it's the scroll I'm using right now. So it gives you this assassin ability, or this precise strikes ability, which gives you 10% movement speed and 50% increased crit chance for like 3 or 4 seconds. But I'm using it with these daggers, and I'm using a special favor that is way over here. It's called Spellblade Master. And melee attacks have a chance to hit, or on hit, to instantly cast your equipped scroll's uncharged spell. So some spells have like a regular attack and then a charge up attack. So it'll cast their first attack. The assassin spell only has the one uncharged ability. And so I'm hitting a lot because I've got daggers. And so I'm doing lots of hits. And so I'm triggering that while I'm hitting. And then I'm doing a bunch of bonus crit. And I'm moving faster. And you can move while you attack with the daggers. So I'm just like dancing around, beating the shit out of things. And it's super fun. Hey, Saganist, what's up? Welcome back. And congratulations, Raider. Way to get your 5 favors. What build are you going with this time, Raider? I am picking up way too much stuff that I don't actually need. But there's almost no way to stop from picking up all this stuff because it drops so often. You're a good streamer, Hermit. I enjoy your vibes regardless of the game you're playing. I appreciate that, Saganist. That honestly makes me feel really good. Because while I do like to focus on a single game at a time, I am a little bit crazy in that it's hard for me to find a game that I'm going to just spend years and years on. And I always feel like, oh, this is the game. Like, this is the game I'm going to spend the rest of my life playing. And then it ends up not being. And so I really appreciate those of you who come with me on the insane journey of trying to find a game that I can play forever. We ring around the rosy. Yeah, this is like my new favorite build. I don't normally play DPS style builds, I normally like to be super tanky, but I'm even thinking about like getting um some leather gear and getting some bonus attack damage and stuff, and just like really getting crazy with it. See, like this should be a super easy one because it's just one ball and then it goes by and then you just walk. But I'm going to get hit. Ooh, made it. Yeah, this is the most fun that you can have playing a video game. Is there a key around here somewhere? Nope, looks like I'm supposed to go this way. Yeah, I thought that RuneScape was going to be it for me as well. And I'm not necessarily done with RuneScape. Most games that I've stopped playing on this channel, I'm pretty done with. But I don't think I'm done with RuneScape. I'm just really enjoying this game right now. And the demo isn't necessarily going to last forever. So I want to soak it in while I can. Play Foxhole, which to me is the best MMO ever made, but for most is not the case. Yeah, so I've been talking to another viewer about Foxhole, and I'm actually really excited for Anvil Empires, because I specifically like fantasy games a lot. So I'm definitely going to be taking a look at Anvil Empires when it comes out. I might not play Anvil Empires as much as I play other games. I might end up playing that as more of a sessional game, because that's what it feels like to me, is a game that you can kind of play like for a little while and then go do something else and then come back to it. But I'm definitely excited about that game. I'm a little less excited about PvP games, just kind of in general, as I've gotten older and shittier. But because that game is faction-based, and because you sort of automatically have teammates who are going to support and defend and help you, I'm a little more excited about that proposition. Ooh, a Scorpio bow, poison damage, nice. And then a Mirage Cowl, nice. So that's another one of those set pieces. We don't need that assassin. Let's loot all that. And then we already have one of these Mechanicus schematics. I don't think you get hit with confusion or even really knockback in this game so far. So I don't think that that one is really all that valuable. But it does give you kind of an idea of some things that you might run into in the future, which is cool. We need to bring the key. Come with me, key. Boop. All right. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. We just ran and it worked. That felt so good. There might be a chest. Nope. The beauty of Foxhole and Anvil is that they design it so PvE enjoyers and PvP enjoyers cooperate together. Facilities and logistics are super important, but are not PvP. Yeah, so that's something that I've been railing about for a really, really long time. with a lot of PvP based MMOs, because all of the PvE activities always take place in the PvP zones. And so, for example, like Albion Online, if you go out into the Black Zone in Albion Online to gather the highest tier materials, you have to automatically make yourself suck at PvP. But you're in an open PvP zone, so you're gonna get attacked. And so not only are you not gonna be the initiator of the fight, because you're gonna be focused on your PvE activities, and somebody else is gonna be running around roaming looking for people to kill, but then also you're just in worse PvP gear, right? Because your gear is focused on gathering and moving quickly and stuff like that. So you're at a double disadvantage if you want to do PvE in that game. So they're just turning you into fodder for the people who want to kill people. And every PvP game is like that. All the best resources are in PvP zones. All of the best content for PvE are in PvP zones. And it's stupid. And I agree with you. Yeah, I love Albion. But that dynamic is fucking trash 100% of the time. You need to make a skill-based crafting system and an exploration-based gathering system, and then you need to put the gathering materials in PvE-only zones. And that way, it's not about the PvP somehow controlling how much resources and stuff can get into the game. You make a skill-based crafting system, and that skill-based system controls the influx of items, not roving bands of dickheads killing people in mass over and over again. Open world PvP is almost always bad unless you have a faction system that allows you to automatically have teammates, because it flips the dynamic of who has leverage in the guild recruitment dynamic. Because if you have factions, then the player has leverage over the guild, because the player is already in the group. So you don't have to join the guild to be a part of the group, because you're already in it. So the guild has to give you a reason to want to dedicate your time and resources to whatever their plan is. And the inverse is true when you don't have factions, because then in order to access content, you have to join a guild. And so the guild now has leverage over the player to make demands of their time and what their build is and different stuff like that, if they want to join to be able to access the content. And so if you have that sort of exploitative system where individual players who run guilds have this leverage over other players to gatekeep content, then your game sucks. My only complaint about Foxhole is the amount of arcane knowledge needed to be meta efficient, but honestly it makes the game even more special or social. It is less fun for pure solo types, but for folks who like participating even a little bit in community, it feels amazing. Yeah, well, and so, I mean, like, I'm a pretty solo-oriented player, but I like to play solo with other people around. And I especially like if I could make items and just give them to other players, which is a thing in Foxhole, right? I could just go make ammunition so that other players could have ammo and stuff like that. That would just tickle me pink, because I love benefiting other players. I just don't like feeling beholden to those players. I don't like feeling like if I'm not playing with them or doing certain activities with them, then I'm holding them back. And so games like Foxhole will probably really scratch that itch for me. Because I love crafting. I love gathering. I love doing all that stuff. And I especially love sharing with other people. You know, it's a video game, so the amount of currency I have doesn't really matter. Because it's not real money, so who cares? So, absolutely. But like I said, I much prefer the fantasy. So I'm kind of waiting on Anvil Empires before I jump into that. But I think I'll really enjoy it. We'll see. Hey, 20 levels in daggers now, though. Booyah. Crafting poison arrows? No. What you were describing is exactly what I do. Harvest resources, make useful stuff, deliver it to areas that need it. Not part of a regiment, so I am solo technically, but thousands of hours in the game and always decide what I want to do based on how much it helps what is needed. Yeah, absolutely. 100%. And then if you've got people communicating that, like in the open chat, like, hey, we really need bullets, or hey, we really need, you know, whatever. And being able to make that decision for yourself and nobody else having any say-so or anything. Absolutely. You'd think it would be the poison mushroom and the arrow. I don't know. How do you make poison arrows? I mean, it's made in the blacksmith, is where you make all the different types of arrows. I gotta go back to the main world, though. I got too much stuff. Let's save and leave here. And then let's go check it out. Yeah, that's awesome. That's really fun. I think it was Grizz. If you ever see Grizz in the chat, I think they play a lot of Foxhole. Let's go look at the blacksmith here. Do I have a blacksmith? I don't even think I have a blacksmith. Hey, Quesonia. What's up, nerd? Oh, you're Raider. Okay. I can't... You all have different names in the game than you have in the chat. And I can't be bothered to remember 2 different names for every single person. That's totally unacceptable. I'm not doing it. You can all the way kiss my butt. There that is. Let's see. What do we have in the arrow department over here? How do we make arrows? I could have sworn I was making lightning arrows. But now they don't even show up. Weird. I know where we'll go. But we're going to go ahead and eat these recipes. Do we already know this one? Okay, it looks like we already know that one. Bummer. You can have that. Go use that in your personal world. Where did all my steaks go? So what makes this game better than, say, RuneScape for you? As much as I didn't mind the tick system in RuneScape, it does definitely severely limit their ability to do some things in that game. And this game, you know, because that game is so old, it has that tick system, and they're never going to be able to overcome that. Right? There's always going to be a 0.6 second delay in everything that you do in that game. And they do a good job of working around it, but they're still working around it. And so that's always going to be a limiting factor in that game. I like the art style of this game. It's very nostalgic for some of my favorite games that I played as a kid, like Tactics Ogre, Final Fantasy Tactics, you know, Secret of Mana, a lot of those old school turn-based JRPG games sort of had this same look and vibe. So it's very nostalgic for that. The general setup, I'm a big fan of procedural generation. So the way the worlds are created, I love biome-based games. I love survival crafting. You know, I just really like all of that stuff. So this game to me is sort of the evolution of a lot of those games that I liked as a kid. Like I don't know if you ever played the Breath of Fire games, but there was a city in Breath of Fire that you sort of took care of like this, where you brought people in and they made you items and stuff like that. But it was really old school pixel graphics. It was turn based combat. Everything was a little more deterministic with your character instead of, you know, self decided. And so this is a big evolution of a lot of those early concepts that feel like they've kind of fallen by the wayside as we've gotten into more modern gaming. And so I like the return to some of that nostalgic stuff with the evolution of new systems, new concepts, and just general improvement on those things. And I feel like it's going to have a ton of replayability. You know, the game is very reminiscent of Minecraft and Terraria, that both have almost infinite replayability because of the sheer volume of, you know, things that you can do and create, item availability, stuff like that. And then every time they come out with, you know, a new biome or a new boss or, you know, a new block or whatever, there's so much more to do in those games. And the same thing is going to be true here. If they continue development on this game or support modding extremely well on this game, then you're going to have just permanent advancement to the systems. And that's going to be a lot of fun. Yeah, of course. Literally, my favorite thing in the world to do is expound on my personal thoughts on things. Nothing makes me happier than hearing myself talk. Is that a little bit narcissistic? Absolutely. What was I doing? I was looking at poison arrows. Teleport. Here we go. Poison arrows require major poison. Okay, so this is something you create in the cauldron. And so that, I think, probably requires the poison mushroom. Let's see. Major poison, poison gland, poison mushrooms, and an empty pot. Yeah. So just a couple extra steps. The city of Piltover is always hungry. They don't generate any of their own food. Because they're a bunch of nerds. We probably maybe have some ability to do something about that. Or maybe not. Maybe instead of getting this one, oh no, that citizen's dead. Oh, that's bad. I have so much dough. Unfortunately, people won't just eat dough. My poor city. Everybody is dead. That's bad. Let's put this person in here. Oh, no, there's nobody harvesting the wheat. Well, I've got a bunch of wheat. Okay. Let's go start making some bread. All right. Let's get... Oh, God, I've got full things of flour. My poor citizens. They're just screwed. I guess we need to take this dough out, and then let's make bread. Stop making dough. Oh, no, I need the flour to make the bread. So I need to put all this back. Okay. I fucked up. Nope. I thought we just needed wheat to make bread. And then let's go to the logistics. Oh no, never mind, it's fine. It'll leave it all here because the place that it was sending it to is full. Okay, so now it's going to make a bunch of bread. And that feels very good. And then we can feed our citizens. I don't know what I'm going to do with all this wheat. Or all this dough. Or all this 8 bajillion other things that I have that I don't need. Yeah, so I've got a grinder. But it can only grind so much. And it can only hold so much. Like I could put 1 pile of wheat in there. At least I think I can only put 1 pile. Yeah. I get too many piles of wheat. We'll just put it all in random ass chests. Let's see if we can't give Facchio a heart attack. Spent half the day yesterday making walls around the entire village and gates. I don't know if it really helps or makes the village secure. Yeah, absolutely. It definitely helps. Definitely helps keep random people out. So there's a couple of things that you're going to need to add to that, Eric. Is when you're building walls around your city, you're also going to want to consider making like the fire pit traps and ballistas. So if you do like a row of ballistas directly in front of your wall, like on the outside of your wall, and then put a row of fire traps, or even 2 rows of fire traps in front of that, then every time you get a raid, it should pretty much take care of itself. But the enemies tend to focus on ballistas. So you can do a really cool thing with the first boss, Eric. You can build near the owl. And so something I did, and it's not still up because I was making a video about how to kill it, but you can put a ballista here and the owl will attack the ballista, and then you surround it with fire pit traps and it'll just die almost immediately. Like faster than I can kill it on my own, it dies. And it's hilarious. But, yeah, have fun at dinner there, Raider. Thanks for stopping by. I'll be right back in just another second here. I gotta go use the restroom again. Okay, we're back. I just actually remembered something that people were talking about. Thank you. Something people were talking about in the Discord. Let's destroy all this crap. About getting saplings and stuff for apricots and stuff like that. I don't really... I was trying to get the saplings in the same way that I was doing it with the regular saplings, where I was destroying the stumps with my melee, and that wasn't really working. But somebody mentioned that you should be able to get apples and apricots by destroying the stumps with a construction bench or a crafting bench. So we're going to go try that because I need to get some apples and some apricots and really just a bunch of other stuff like dates because there's some cool stuff you can make. And that's what I was trying to do was I was trying to automate some food production. And we sort of failed at that. So we're going to completely remake this city because the way it's constructed right now, you know, I built it when I didn't really know how to play the game. And so it's just not built well. So we're probably going to tear the whole thing down and rebuild it all. We can make it better, faster, stronger. What I'm looking for right now is a construction bench. I thought I had some out here. Okay, we're going to get rid of this. But apparently not. But there's plenty of construction benches back at the base. What's in here, I wonder? Nothing. But yeah, we're probably going to destroy the whole base. Or at least most of it. All this stuff down here, going to get destroyed, going to get moved. We're probably going to make more material storages. We'll probably go all the way down this way, just with lines of material storage. We'll put this carpenter like up here. We only need one merchant, so we'll get rid of the other merchant. We got our logi tent. We'll get a whole bunch of stuff going on. But first, we need to go try to get some apricots and stuff. Because if we can get all that stuff, then we can make some good foods automated. I dropped my buckets in the water a few times while trying to water crops. Found out they're gone forever. So a great way to replace your buckets without too much effort on your part is the carpenter. You can come over here. Well, I don't have a carpenter right now, but you can make buckets in here and they'll just pull from your material storage. They'll pull wood and make buckets for you. And then you'll have buckets in your inventory. So you can like carry a bunch of them with you in your inventory and then place them down on the ground like you place chests and stuff like that. So it is kind of unfortunate that you've lost your buckets, but if you go ahead and make yourself a carpenter, you'll be very happy. All right, there's an apple tree. Oh, so we break the apple tree. Oh, they fixed it. You can get apple tree saplings now by knocking the apple trees down. No way. I was gonna completely wall off the road to the other city, but it's gonna take too long. But I still would like to. Maybe one of these days. But I'd like to make this road super safe and then put ballistas and stuff on the outside of it, or flame traps or something, and just completely protect this entire road. And then I want to connect all the different cities, even though they're everywhere. Is there a way to get the farmer to water the crops? Not that I'm aware of, Kyle. I would try maybe making some buckets in the carpenter and then put the buckets in the farm, in the chest, and see if maybe the farmer uses them to water the crops. But that would be the only thing I could think of that would make that possible. You may also have to, maybe if you put full buckets of, no, you can't. Never mind. Yeah, I would try putting buckets in there. And if it works, then cool. But I am not hopeful. I doubt that that works. Let's see. What was I doing? So we got an apple tree. So we can plunk this down, because for some reason our crafting bench got destroyed. And we can destroy this crop here. And then we should be able to plant that right there. Invalid biome. Oh, you can only grow apples in forests. Interesting. There's also the ability to make a well. You might try making a well as well. In the description for the farmhouse, it says if you place a well near it, it will water, but I haven't unlocked a watering well yet. Oh, interesting. Yeah. That is under this. Here we go. A reusable water source conveniently located wherever you want. Yeah, I didn't see that either. Let's see. Houses a farmer who can farm nearby crops. Max farmer rank to 7. I wonder how much AI was used in this game. I have no idea. It is a 6-person development team, primarily. Like 6 full-time developers. Okay. So apples grow only in the forest. Do any of these take apples? No. Nothing requires apples to cook. That's weird. We got nuts and dates. We got dates and fish. We've got cheese. We've got apricots and garum. So I think I can farm all of this stuff. I don't know. The game's been in development for a really long time. I have no idea. I mean, small teams of developers have been making pixel art games for decades without AI. So just because it's a small team, I mean, it's using procedural generation, which significantly cuts down on asset requirement. It's using pre-structured buildings, which are fairly easy to create. Um, I mean, the character models aren't terribly complex. The armors and stuff aren't terribly complex. They are changing the way you look every time, so there are assets that have to be created for that. But I wouldn't automatically assume that there was AI generation involved just because it's a small team. It's also not the most difficult game to make. Also, I wouldn't care. Personally, I don't have a problem with generative AIs. I mean, honestly, I would think Saganist, if they had been vibe coding the whole thing, I would expect quite a few more bugs and stuff like that, just because AIs don't tend to use best coding practices, and it's a lot more difficult to prevent incompatible code set or code groups when you're using an AI that doesn't have the complete context of your code base. Um, and I haven't really run into very many bugs in this game. And I haven't really run into too many things that are conflicting with each other. So either they're really good at evaluating the code and making sure that it doesn't have those conflicts, which would mean they're good coders anyway, or they're just writing all the code themselves. But yeah, I don't know. I have no information on that. Steam does have a disclosure requirement for games that release on their platform. So the game is on Steam. And so if it was using AI and it's um but if they were using AI in the making of the game, then it would have to be disclosed because that's a requirement for Steam. And I don't see anything in here about an AI disclosure. I don't know where that disclosure usually is, but I don't see it. No idea. But again, I mean, I think that those things are only as good as or only as bad as the people who are using them. So it doesn't really matter to me either way. If you can not use AI and make a great game, awesome. If you use AI and you make a great game, also awesome. If you do either of those two things and you make a garbage game, then not awesome. Let's see. So we can't use apples. Or apples don't make anything. What is garum? What are garum? Or what is garum made with? Is it dates or garum? Fish. Okay. So we have wine, we have beer. There's got to be something up here that I can fully automate the crafting of. Fish we have to buy because there's no fishing. Nuts you have to find off of people. These you have to kill enemies for. Garum you have to buy the fish. Cheese you have to kill goats for. Apricots, garum you have to buy the fish. Meat you have to kill things for. Nuts you have to kill things for, as well as cheese. So there is nothing other than just basic honey or bread that we can fully automate crafting. That's too bad. And I guess apples, technically. You can just grow a bunch of apples in a forest and eat those. Bummer, dude. Freaking bummer. On the bright side, we can get the saplings now, which is really cool. I like that very, very much. Yeah, I don't really know what to do about that, though. Well, I think it's time to go destroy some things that I'm not needing. Like all of these structures over here. I don't know if y'all knew this. I just found this out the other day. But you can, oops. You can drag and destroy a bunch of shit all at once. Just right click and drag. Boom. Get rid of all that garbage. Have you played Factorio? No, I haven't, actually. I like optimizing a base, and I like doing all that stuff. Um, but I don't like that being the only aspect to the game. I want that to have some um I want that to have some goal for my other gameplay. I think that factory systems and automation systems are a great part of a game, but I don't think they necessarily make a great game by themselves. Let's see. We don't need that. And we don't need that. And in their place, we are going to make so many more material storages. Yeah, I absolutely agree with that. I certainly don't speak for the entire gaming community when I say that. But I think if you implemented the Factorio systems in their entirety into, like, for example, you've got planetary industry in Eve. I would imagine that if you had the option of all of the Factorio systems being in planetary industry in Eve, and people had the choice between playing Factorio, where that was the entire game, or playing Eve, where that was just a big aspect of the game, I think you'd be hard pressed to find too many players who would just play Factorio and not like play Eve, where they got all that stuff and outer space. It takes one. I think I've got a close. Yeah. Yeah, I got close clay over here. That's why, like, Foxhole has Factorio elements and facility system. Yeah. Yeah, I definitely think that I would like Foxhole because of that. Okay. Jerks. Go crazy. Ah ha 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 ha. Oh baby. Oh baby. We're gonna destroy all of our really, really suboptimum shit. And we're gonna make a bunch of these material storages. And then we're gonna get everything working optimally with lots of trees around the forester. And we're gonna try and lower the footprint of the city a little bit. And then build a wall and some defenses and stuff like that, so that we can stop dying. Hey, what's up, Grizz? We're just over here working on the city a little bit, because it's not been very good. It needs a lot of work. So we're trying some new things. As I've learned more about this game, I have realized that I have made some mistakes. But we're going to correct them now. Like I made a bunch of forest buildings, like woodcutter buildings over here. And like this building right here, all these woodcutter buildings, they're too close together. And so they can't make the most out of their production capabilities. This game isn't really about packing your structures as close as you possibly can. It's about spreading them out a little bit and then doing things like this where you put a bunch of decorations around the building so that the person who works there gets a bunch of happiness, and that makes them more efficient and gives them more expertise. So they make good gear and stuff like that. And so that's something that I hadn't really been doing because I didn't even know that that was how that stuff worked. So I'm going to need to basically destroy my entire town and then rebuild it to not suck. But that's okay. We can do it. It's going to take a few days, but we'll get there. We're going to take these ones off because we only need 8 at a time. And then go get a clay. What about you? You had a chance to play very much? Have you enjoyed your time playing? Bop. Been working like hell? That sucks. This game is really trying my patience right now. Where did my bucket go? Because it's a good thing I have more buckets. They added this new safety system to the trolleys. So now a normal trip that used to be 45 minutes is an hour to 2 hours minimum. Wow. That sucks. Oh no, we got a little dude trapped in the stones. He made it out. Okay. Good deal. How many more do I have to make? We got 2 more over here. Okay. You got to be safe, though. Safety is important. For the decoration thing, to improve the workers' output, I think only have the bushes and braziers. Will that work? What do you mean only have the bushes and braziers? Which bushes? Where's my construction building? I could have sworn I put it over here. What the hell is going on? Fuck. I think I might have lost my marbles. Aha. I put it right in front of that building. Yeah, so when you say bushes and braziers, what do you mean? Like the big bushes? And the little braziers? I don't think these give bonuses to happiness at all. Yeah, so these are fine, but they're not optimum. And the reason that these bushes are not optimum is if you look, the small bush only gives 0.3 happiness, but these vertical bushes take up 2 spots and give +1 happiness. So they give 33% more happiness per square that they take up. And then you've got these 4 bangers here that give, oh, that one only gives 0.8. This one gives 1. And so this one has a bigger radius. So what you'll do is you'll use these 2s and you'll put those on there until you can't use them anymore. And then you can grab yourself a 4 and put it on there to get a little extra. So these aren't really good. They're only worth 0.25 per square over 0.5 per square for these 2 bangers. But because they give that extra radius, you can squeeze a little more happiness out with them. But that's only if you're really specifically trying to like optimize your happiness, because you're likely going to get plenty of expertise and stuff without 100% maximum happiness. But I'm a crazy person, and I want my maximum. Can't stop, won't stop. It's actually going to be impossible to get these logs out of here. Because as soon as I go this way, they're all going to... This freaking game, man. Booyah. Who's the best? Like a boss. Is this incredibly excessive? Absolutely. There is, in fact, zero reason to need this much material storage. But I don't give a fuck. We're doing it. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. All right, fantastic. Now let's have a little bit of fun here. Get out of the way, citizen. This is very satisfying. Look at all these stones. I hand gathered these. When I destroyed all this stuff all around out here, I went around with a cart and gathered them all up. That's where all these stones came from. And let me tell you, it took a while. But we did it anyway, because I'm a boss. All right, that looks good. Cleaned things up a little bit. Let's get some of these stragglers here. Hopefully we got enough space. Hey, look at that. Got all them rocks in there. How many rocks we got now? 120 rocks. What's up, dude? That feels real good. So now we need to look at destroying some other stuff. Number one of these markets can get destroyed. Number 2, pretty much all of this stuff is going to have to go. We'll keep the leather maker, and then we'll destroy everything around it so that we can build everything we need to around the leather maker. So we're even going to have to get rid of the blacksmith here. So let's destroy. We'll keep the dolems for now. But all this stuff has got to go. Okay. The carpenter stays here. These will stay here. We're probably going to get rid of the farms and all the farmland. Well, maybe we'll leave the farms. The farms are actually probably in a good spot. And then we'll put more people houses here or something. Nah, there's probably enough people houses too. Yeah. So now we need to start thinking about rebuilding some of these structures in better, different places. Now we've got a ton of storage, which feels great, because each of these has a chest. And I actually really like that, because it means we can really sort out our stuff really easily. Not right this moment, but eventually. So that'll be dope. And then I think we actually have everything we need to build all of the decorations. I think I need to destroy this. Let's take all this stuff out of here. And then we should be able to build everything we need around the leather worker. So we got to leave an entrance. But that should only need 2 spaces. We're going to use bushes. We can put that there. Okay. And that's as far as it goes. This can't go any further, so we actually need even 2 more right there. Okay. So we go 3 deep, 4 deep in the middle, and then a big one. And we're going to leave one of the sides. So we go 4, 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, and then a big bush, 2 more big bushes. And then we'll leave the path right here. That's how you'll get in. And then we'll go to the side. And we'll do 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 4. And then big bushes. And then up top. Whoops. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3. And then big bushes. All right. And then we've got this stuff over here as well. So let's see what we can do. Okay, we could put 2 like that. And then we can do one of these and one of these. And then we can do 2. Then we can do one of these, one of these. And then we can do 2. Oh no, whoops. We can do 2. And then we can do, whoops, one of these, one of these. Oh, can we even put one in the corner there? Oh yeah, we could put one in the corner on all of these. We're gonna have to destroy that. Nice. And then we've got 1, 2. We've got 1, 1, 1. Okay. So this is going to be crazy. And there's something interesting. So because the Tanner is specifically such a small building, these decorations give their bonuses if they can reach to the midpoint of the structure. So because the Tanner has such a small footprint, it's easier for these things to get to the center, which means I'm going to get to put way more decorations around the Tanner than any other structure. So ultimately, the decoration system makes it so that every building has approximately the same overall footprint, and it creates kind of this diamond pattern around each of the structures. And then depending on how large the structure inside is, that diamond pattern is thicker or thinner on the outside. And so this Tanner is actually going to be able to have more happiness than pretty much anything else. But let's see, it's 2 rocks and a wood per each one of these. So we got to go rock, and then we got to go rock, and then we got to go wood. So this is going to take literally for fucking ever. This is like the rest of my life just to get the Tanner going. But once we do that, we'll be able to go in here. Our Tanner is going to have a ton of happiness, which means their expertise is going to be really high. Now, this Tanner automatically gets minus 20%. So we actually don't want that Tanner in there at all because we want the high expertise. So let's look at this one. Has 10 expertise, super low efficiency. That one's depressed. What's this dude? Disloyal? But that's like the best set of stats I have. So for now, we'll actually probably go ahead and use this dude as the Tanner. Yeah. Okay, so about 5 deep squares of decorations can really make the workers happy. Yeah, I mean, you want to go as much as you can, because what you're getting is a percentage to these other stats. So your happiness pretty much adds to these stats infinitely. So you can just get more expertise, and you can just get more efficiency. And the more efficiency you have, the faster they make stuff. And the more expertise you have, the better chance you have of getting like a masterwork or a legendary or something like that. And so you want these two numbers just as high as they can be. And so you're always going to be measuring, because whenever you craft these decorations, you see when they're going to get a happiness, you'll see that the green shadow lights up here. So like if I put it right here, that green shadow's lit up because that circle is reaching the midpoint of the leatherworker footprint. And so the further out I go, eventually, okay, now the green shadow's gone. This is too far. So obviously I have to have a way to get into my leatherworker. So I left a little road here. But then everything else I'm going to make as much happiness as I possibly can. And maybe that's overkill. I might not need this much expertise. That might be unnecessary. But I don't know. So we're just going to go ham. Because why not? I guess we want to start from the inside. Thank you very much for helping me. Because this is going to be time consuming. Thankfully, there's tons of resources just laying around. I hate you, game. Na 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 now. Na 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 now. This is ridiculous. How much happiness do we have so far? We're already going to be super high. 38 happiness. 118% expertise. So dope. Just killing the game. Oh, this is that one. I'm trapped. Goofy ass game. Won't let me out. That's fine. Disconnect. Once I reconnect, we'll be fine. That is going really well. The connecting is much, much easier than it had been in the past. All right. It's gonna keep doing that. I'm gonna have to like come at it from a different side to try and avoid that. Because I don't want to have to reconnect every single time. We'll have to see if we can't figure it out. We'll come at it from like the front. There we go. Nice. Time to go search for stones. Bop. Bop bop. Hey, nice. Get them level ups. This looks goofy as shit, but I love it. It is much faster with a friend. You are absolutely right about that, Raider. While I would... oh, motherfucker. I guess I gotta disconnect again. While I would totally still do this if I didn't have somebody to help, it is much better to do with a buddy. Why doesn't the game ever trap you? But it's always trapping me. I don't know why this game hates me. But it's bullshit, I say. I'm making my turns too tight. There's a fine line when you're trying to gather things up with your trolley. You have to like rub things into the rock you're trying to pick up. But if you spin too tightly, then it gets like stuck. And so you have to like be pushing into it, but not by too much. Especially the further back. So when it's the first one that's picking them up, it's fairly easy. Because as soon as you pass by the rock, it grabs it. But when it's the last one in a long chain, all of them have to pass by it without getting stuck. Before it picks it up, so the longer the train is, the harder it gets to manage. But it's still fun. Hold on to the rock and then initiate the building. Yeah, I've been doing that. It just, if you get a little too close, it pushes you to the nearest edge that would take you out. And so if I get a little too far in, then it tries to push me like to the other side. Alright, we need a lot more wood. I wasn't actually expecting to need too much more wood. Let's go get some, though. I hate you, game. Okay, fuck that. Oh, hey, look. It's a wood thing I haven't destroyed. Why the zombies gotta chase me? Die, zombies. I did it again. I'm gonna figure this out eventually. Probably not before we finish what we're doing, but eventually I'll figure it out. Hey, what's up, Damien? How are you? Oh, gotta repair. Did you look into this game like I told you? I bet you and the wife would get a kick out of it. I'm just saying. Doom, 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 doom. Oh, you motherfucker! I hate you. Ba-da-doom, doom, doom. Ba-doom, doom, doom, da-doom. Oh, that wasn't the right one. Whoopsie. Need more wood. How much wood could a woodchuck chuck? If a woodchuck could chuck wood. Woodchuck could chuck as much wood as a woodchuck could chuck. If a woodchuck could chuck wood. Hey. Stop making me drop my shit. So rude. The leather workshop looks like it belongs to a highly skilled professional. He actually has no levels. He is the most unskilled leather worker in the world with just the nicest shop. He's a Nepo baby. His parents bought him a super nice leatherworking shop, even though he just started. If I didn't need him to be a really good leather worker so that I could get the best versions of my gear, then I wouldn't do all this for him. So it is definitely out of my own personal greed that I've gone out of my way to set him up for success. But that's fine. I don't mind it. Don't know why I pulled my bow out. Be careful. You can accidentally, like, lead your carts into the water or into holes and stuff like that. And then you lose those motherfuckers. And it's sad. Bop, 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 bop. Nice. Last one, baby. Look at that. Look at all that happiness. 87.8 happiness. 264% expertise. That's what I'm fucking talking about. Right there. We're going to make some stuff and we're going to get perfect gear. Like, let's see. Can I get legendary, like, regular leather hoods? Look at how fast it gets made, too. 264% efficiency. Just cranking out that leather hood. Oh my god. Beautiful. Yeah, look at that. Legendary leather hood. Boom. Shakalaka. That's as good as it gets right there. Now we just got to level her up. Which I don't really want to do because she didn't have super high base expertise. But whatever. We're going to put that on repeat and we're going to make a bunch of cured hide. The reason we're going to make all this cured hide is because it's something we can just permanently make. So she's going to make 34 of them. She'll get about 10 XP per one she makes. So she'll probably get up to about level 3 or 4. Which is about as high as she can get. And then we can make things like the Scorpio gear at legendary status. Which would be cool. So, yeah. Probably, let's see. Yeah, I think that's probably going to go ahead and be the end of it for this stream today. So, thank you all so much for coming. Raider, thank you a bunch for helping me out and getting that little project done right there at the end. I hope everybody has a great rest of their day, and I hope everybody is really enjoying this demo of Romestead. I keep forgetting the name of this game. But it's a lot of fun. And I'm going to get, I mean, even before I get to see the whole game, I'm probably going to get a couple 100 hours of enjoyment out of this. Building up my first town, learning a lot of these basic concepts. It's just so much fun to get in and learn about a new game. So, mad kudos to the developers. Mad thanks to all of you. We've been having some of my best streams ever as far as viewership since we've been playing this game. So thank you all so much for that. But yeah, I hope everybody has a great day, and I will see you all on the next one tomorrow at the same time.